My colleagues, please come up to the dais. We're getting ready to get started. Okay.
Well, we got quite a few on that wavelength.
All right, we all set?
I borrowed some. No, I didn't. I took it.
Okay. Take as much as you want. You want some Advil or you good?
No, we don't.
Okay. Is Bernice still here or is Bernice gone? Bernice gone. Okay. Okay. We're good. All good? All right. Good evening. Welcome to the City of North Miami Beach Commission meeting of Tuesday, May 21st, 2024. Apologies for the late start. Our other meetings got a little delayed, as much as we tried not to. But let's get started with a roll call from Madam Clerk.
The time is now 6:40. Commissioner Chernoff.
Here.
Commissioner Jean.
Here.
Commissioner Joseph.
Here.
Commissioner Smith.
Present.
Commissioner Smuckler.
Present.
Vice Mayor Mackenzie Florimon.
Present.
Mayor Evan Piper.
Here.
Thank you. We have quorum.
Thank you. All right, next the invocation. We have Pastor Ginger Medley. This is going to be good, guys. You watch.
Good evening. Let's pray. God of grace and mercy, Lord, we are grateful for this day. We pray for your presence, pray for your spirit to be with us, to give us a unity, to give us a spirit of harmony. Speak, O God, now, we pray, that we might have wisdom and discernment. And we thank you, Lord, for our commissioners. We thank you for our mayor. We thank you, Lord, for all of our leaders. And we thank you, Lord, for this community of North Miami Beach. We trust and we believe and we appreciate all that you have blessed us with in so many ways. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. All right, everybody, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Okay, requests for withdrawals, deferments, and additions to the agenda. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, per the request of Commissioner Jean, item 9.3, titled Resolution Number R 2024-59, approved task order with Public Communication Group is to be deferred to the June 27th meeting. Per the request of Commissioner Smith, item 9.5, titled Resolution Number R 2024-61, to approve a professional services agreement extension with Reuben Turnbull and Associates for federal lobbyist service is to be pulled from the consent agenda and be heard first under legislation item. So that will be turned to 11.1. Per the request of Commissioner Smith, item 9.4 is to be pulled from the consent agenda. That's titled Resolution Number R 2024-60, approved change order with Shenandoah General Construction, LLC. Per the request of Commissioner Joseph, there's an added item regarding public relations, and that will be under the discussion tab. It will now be item 15.3. Those are the only changes that we have at this time.
Okay, thank you. So I need a motion, a second, to approve the agenda as
So moved.
amended.
Second.
Second. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, next, public comment, Madam Clerk.
Did we approve, you said to approve what? Consent?
The new agenda, yeah,
The new agenda.
the amended agenda,
Okay, but not consent.
not consent.
Not
No,
consent.
we're not there yet. We're getting there quick, but not yet.
Good evening, everyone. The Mayor and Commissioners of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment at this time. There's a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speaker, when you're called to a podium, please state your name for the record. The Mayor and Commissioners of the City of North Miami Beach recognizes the importance of civility. The City of North Miami Beach requests that all in attendance to exercise civility at all times. And the first speaker is Karen Harold, and then former Councilman David Templer.
I don't hear it on, it was on a minute ago, but
Go that one. Hi, okay. Karen Harold, I live in North Miami Beach. Good evening, and so nice to see all these smiling faces. Thank you for your service, thank you for your time. And as we so nicely heard, thank you for using your wisdom and discernment so that our city can be the best it can be and run with transparency and consistency and for all the different people that live here. So I just want to make a couple brief comments. I know some things changed with the agenda. On 9.3, I'm not sure from the way it's written exactly what it was going to entail, and I might not be at the meeting where it's going to be discussed. So if it involves social media at all, I just wanted to make a comment. I'm not a frequent user. I am on the city for Instagram and Facebook, and from my understanding, what I've been told, social media goes by algorithms, and it depends how much you use it, what you see, what you look at, what they show you. And oftentimes, I don't see the city of North Miami Beach post sometimes until the day before, day of, or day after an event. So I wouldn't like that to be a major part of what's happening. Some videos are so elaborate that it's like you would pay for a photographer to do a video for, a child's wedding or a party. And I don't think we need that type of thing. Also, if it at all involves the website, it's still not user-friendly. If I want to get an email for one of the commissioners, a mayor, or anybody, it only allows you to send an email from the site. It used to list emails. So then I have to go to somebody I know and say, oh, what is the email? Anyway, so I wanted to mention those two things. And then also about 11.4. I just want to make sure everything here is done with transparency. I'm all in favor of making the school zone areas safer for the children, 100%. I live on 10th and 179 Terrace, and it's not a school zone, but we get so much speeding with buses and trucks and everything, and it's a big pass-through. Semis, we get a trailer that was hauling like 6-7 cars. We're getting everything now. And we have kids, little kids, that it's really become a good overgrowth of a lot of young families with kids. And anyway, so I'm all for that. I just want to make sure that if they're going to have the speed detection systems, and if it's supposed to be on the designated school zone times, that it's clearly stated when it's going to be on, and that it's not left on all the time unless you're aware that that's going to happen. It's not detailed here, but if those cameras, which I've read before for the state, that it was saying for the time of the school zone, they would be in use. So I just want that to be clear, because we don't want people to think we're a speed trap city. Okay, thank
15
you.
seconds.
thank you. No, it was working a second ago, but I don't know what happened.
This one's on. Good. Hi, Andrews. Okay, David Templer, 3260 Northeast 164th Street. Hi, everybody. I'm here on behalf of myself, my neighbors, the Eastern Shores Property Owner Association, something on the agenda for later in the evening up for discussion at the suggestion of Commissioner Smith. I'm here to lobby for and encourage the city to purchase a vacant lot at the corner of Northeast 35th Avenue and 164th. I believe it's the northwest corner of that facility, ultimately for use or ultimately for the purpose of a multi-use facility in lieu of what was earlier proposed by the Deezer development plan where they were going to have a police substation inside the Deezer lot. We're looking to move it outside. It's an idea that was floated back when that Deezer project came up for discussion many years ago. Now is the time to purchase this lot, providing for possibly a tot lot, a home for the North Miami Beach Police Department's Marine Unit, a police substation, and some other items. Of course, we wouldn't expect it to be built right away, but the purchase of the lot is something that we feel very strongly about. It is also something that the residents of Eastern Shores believe that they're entitled to. And I think the reason for that is that many of the other neighborhoods in North Miami Beach have similar type land uses, and I say land uses because we have the Washington Park Community Center, which will be expanded under the recent purchase of a piece of land. We have the McDonald's Center for Sunray. We have Ulita Community Center with a ball field and a pool for that area. At least we have Mishcon Park, which had the sewing machine factory, which was purchased. I don't know the status of that. But for all of that, we have the highest density in Eastern Shores, and certainly with the Deezer development coming forward, we're going to have double or triple density there, the highest ad valorem tax revenue basis in the city, which will double or triple. And we certainly feel that the purchase of this lot will benefit the neighborhood, benefit the city as a whole, and it's something that we're entitled to. So I hope that you will all participate with the discussion with Commissioner Smith. Thank you for bringing that forward, Commissioner Smith, and that you will consider purchasing this lot in the next 90 to 120 days and moving forward with it. We don't know when something will be ultimately built on it. But again, in lieu of what Deezer has proposed on the inside of his lot, if any of you want to further discuss how I see its use being proposed, please feel welcome to call me or reach out to me, and I'm happy to discuss it with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Trish Miller, and then Mark Rutkin.
Trish Miller. I'm a resident of North Miami Beach. Actually, I know that this has been pulled from the consent agenda, but I still think it needs to be addressed on the marketing and advertising services. Several years ago, we had a branding project here. And Phyllis, I think you were here, and some other people were. And I know Kramer was on the committee and on the commission, and we spent a ton of money having a whole branding done for the city. And the money was spent, the branding was done. And what happened to it? It never got used. I mean, we have these huge projects, so we spend a whole lot of money, and then they just kind of die. And then I happened to look down, and it said $200,000 to increase the contract amount by $200,000. What? I mean, I thought we were broke. So it just shocking amounts of money to be considering, and also taking into consideration that we spent the money on the branding. We did all that. Okay, where is that? That's part of what's in this too. So I think we should look and see maybe what they did. Why don't we like it? So that's money that's just basically been flushed down the toilet. There's so much need in the community for so many things, but so many things get paid for and then they sit. David mentioned the sewing machine factory that got bought for the senior center. What's going on with that? I mean, is it moving forward? I haven't seen anybody working on it. Of course, I'm not sitting there all the time, but I sure would like to know, where is the money going? We spent a lot of money buying that property and renovating it, I think. I think we're renovating it, or are we not? It just, things seem to be hanging just in the abyss, wondering what happened to the money we already spent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to say my name is Mark Rutkin. I'm a resident of Eastern Shores. On behalf of myself and my immediate neighbors in Eastern Shores, we're in support of everything David proposed tonight. We believe that I think that would help with our crime that we've had issues with recently, maybe for a little while. It's something I think is going to deter what issues we've had with crime. I myself had my car stolen out of my garage, which was quite a deal. So I think this would help, and we're in support of everything David just proposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amalia Papier-Nick, and I'm also a resident of Eastern Shores, and I have talked about this project that David spoke about with many of my neighbors, and we all agree that it would be a great improvement for Eastern Shores, and I support everything David said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gladys Henrique, and then Irene Pellinger.
Hi, my name is Gladys, and I'm also a resident in Eastern Shores, and I support everything that David said. Thank you.
Thank you.
I should ask for money.
Good evening. I'm Irene Pellinger, a resident. I'm going to speak about item 9.3 that I believe was pulled. But discussing special events at the May 14th workshop was a first step in the right direction. I say go even further and call for a moratorium on events for 1 year. We can have an exception for our major signature holiday events, but this should be looked at as an opportunity to evaluate what the city does and not as punishment for out-of-control event spending. I want to thank the 3 commissioners who responded to my email about this and about the agenda item regarding the services of Public Communicators Group. This item caught my attention because I spent over 50 years in the field of advertising, marketing, communications, from the days of landlines and print through the changeover to the cloud and the digital world. These are huge changes, but the need to touch the customer where they are is still here. If instead of standing here as an involved resident, I charged you $100,000 as a consultant, you might pay more attention to me. My free advice is that the importance of an in-house marketing team is invaluable. When you support and pay fair market wages to an in-house team, they repay you with loyalty and an involvement in our community that is immeasurable. Let's not throw out the last diamond we have by thinking that someone from the outside can do a better job or should be paid more. Do we really think that Aventure's leftovers make sense for us? Our lone marketing person wears many hats and does an amazing job. You cannot buy their caring, dedication, and involvement. You must reward it. But this job is too big for one person. And in a creative job like this, it is not good to be the only one. It is impossible to do a good job if you're the only one. Too many people are pulling at your shirt tail. What is it that the city manager is paying an outside vendor to do? First, study the problem and then solve it. If the city had a plan for events, the tie-in to communicating the events would become apparent.
15 seconds.
I recommend going back to a 4-page broadsheet that is delivered quarterly and holds information for upcoming events, classes, registrations. This becomes a central space for all things North Miami Beach
Time.
and is an effective investment. Once this is created, you have the online content to use in an email newsletter and social media posts. It is not rocket science. It is good communication. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce Lamberto, and then former Commissioner Barbara Kramer.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bruce Lamberto, North Miami Beach resident. I, too, second David's proposal here. I've been in Eastern Shores over 40 years now, and there's a definite generational change there. All the old farts like myself are pretty much gone, and there's a lot younger crowd in there with children. David is proposing a multi-use small facility there for the police to base their boat. Also could be the only tot lot that we would have in the area besides that one by the fire station, which is kind of inconvenient for a lot of people. Like David had led on to, we do bring in a lot of property tax revenue for that area, and we certainly could use it, even if it turns out to be a second facility from the one at the fire station. Ulita has even more than just their gym. They have several lots, tot lots within Ulita itself. Dolphin Park, I think, is one of them, and several others. So I would encourage you to follow what the residents here are asking for. On another issue, this issue with this consultant that she just, my previous caller just said, basically was, here we go again with another consultant. The last time I was up here, we talked about a trolley consultant. We have a water consultant. We have a garbage consultant. Now we have a consultant for whatever we're going to be doing here. In the meantime, we have a great public information officer, used to be the PIO for the city, languishing in the water department. He's highly paid, he's highly qualified, and we got him out there going to elementary schools and doing art contests for little kids. I mean, he really needs to be here directing this department that you're talking about creating here for your public information. And I would urge you, just like she said, that let's use our staff, because they're the ones that are dedicated to our city here. They have no other skin in the game anywhere else. They're totally dedicated here. So I would appreciate your consideration for maybe, I understand that item was tabled, but maybe it's just done away with, and let's look again at getting this done. And then finally, the trolley. We entered into the trolley another annual yearly increase, however, based on the fact that you have 30 days notice that you can cancel it. And in the meantime, we were supposed to be doing a study on that, internal study. And here it is, we're going into June. This trolley was talked about in November, December, about looking into this, and here we are again, just dragging it out. And I'd like to see some results on some of the information that was being gathered on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Barbara Kramer. I'm here tonight to discuss the PR solicitation and the contract that has been presented to you. I believe it's crucial for all of you to have a detailed discussion about this, perhaps through a workshop. It's surprising that less significant and less costly items such as proclamations and giving out keys to the city are workshopped. Yet a contract worth nearly $500,000 simply appears on the consent agenda. I must say, this situation reminds me of the issues I raised during my last 2 years in office regarding unnecessary positions that seem to involve nepotism. It's concerning that we're now considering such an expensive approach to completely outsource our public relations department. As I mentioned in an email to many of you, we've typically used a hybrid approach for PR, never fully outsourcing or spending this much to enhance the city's image. We need to start by clearly defining our PR needs, then put out a request for proposal. We should outline our requirements rather than letting an outside firm dictate them. How often do we face crises that necessitate hiring a firm? Why do we need outsiders to write the manager's reports and speeches for our elected officials? Why do we need so many videos, and who are we trying to impress, our residents or businesses? The chamber is already paid to attract businesses. Do we really need to spend $400,000 on this? Why are we paying 15% more for advertising, and what exactly are we advertising? Another key issue is the apparent favoritism at the heart of this contract. The principal of the contractor you're considering was present during the court hearings about missed meetings of 2 of our commissioners. Ask yourselves why. This principal also advised a commissioner not to fire our previous manager for cause. Why? Moreover, this principal has been involved in our elections. Some of you are quite close with this principal, which, while not ethically wrong, raises questions about our relationships with our hires. Some of you criticize outsourcing, yet here it is, it seems acceptable. Some of you advocate for curbing spending, but this contract doesn't reflect that priority. If I had more time, I could continue listing reasons why this needs thorough discussion. You've received my email and heard from others. Stop pretending this contract truly benefits North Miami Beach. In my opinion, it benefits the contractor more.
Thank you.
Voters Council, and then Roland Faith.
Good evening. On behalf, I'm Dorothy Inorarity, Secretary of Voters Council. First, honor to the mayor and commissioners, city managers, and all that's a part of this meeting tonight. First of all, we would like to thank you all for coming out and supporting our annual Washington Parks Heritage Day. It was a great function. We had a wonderful time. And again, we'll say thank you. I have one thing I want to mention is that you took down one eyesore when you brought down the store on 153rd Street at 14th Avenue, which is great. That one eyesore is gone. But now there's a problem. The field there, it needs cutting. So we were wondering, is there any type of way that when they cut the park and all the other city properties, is it possible that that can be taken care of to maintenance as well? So it would not become an eyesore. You took down one to bring up another. But that's all that.
I think they heard you.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right. Uh-oh, don't let me turn.
My name is Waverly Robinson, past president of the Voters Council. I just want to thank you for the years of dedication that you have given to us. We're a small community. We're the first black community in Washington Park, North Miami Beach. And we want to thank you for your in-kinds and everything that you're doing. And we ask that God will continue to bless you to help us. Because one thing I have found out, giving is blessing. And every time you help us, you're helping yourself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I take one moment
Sure.
to just address the concern? Also, there is a roundabout that's relatively new in Washington Park. And in all honesty, since the roundabout was put in that area, the maintenance of it has been, very lax. So, didn't we do that roundabout?
No, we didn't do a roundabout there.
On 14th Avenue? That's our project.
Well, we should notify the county if there's, if they're not doing their job, so.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Okay, just look into that if you don't mind. I just wanted to add that on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Roland Faith from Eastern Shores. I should have done what they just did, and we should all come together and spoken at the same time. So apologies for everybody for us coming back time and time again. But David has put together a really good proposal. As we know, there's a Eastern Shores Committee, and everybody, his neighborhood, we all kind of talk, and his proposal is very, very, very thorough. It actually could be saving us money rather than costing us money in the long run. So when you do look at this proposal, you should look at it from that perspective rather than just it's actually an investment for you as a city, and you'll reap the rewards instead of paying the rentals and everything else that goes along it. But please look at that proposal. It's a very thorough one. It's been well thought of, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
How many family members do you speak for, Mr. Fay? His family owns 5 or 6 houses in Eastern Shores.
David Zapin, and then Lynn Sue.
I'm David Zapin, founder of 30K for Back Pay, a charity for basic income. A blessed Memorial Day. Back in the 1940s, both my grandmothers sent loved ones, around the world, and not all of those relatives came back. So my best wishes to those who are serving and have recently served. Some of the violent crimes that have been appearing, my word of wisdom to the next would be criminal. Just don't come here, okay? Just, between our police and our armed citizens and some of our artists, don't. Okay, we have enough problems. We're trying to help one another, even if we disagree on how. Congratulations to the new graduates, whether at the local high schools, the nearby colleges. I'm just curious, where are they going to work nearby? The governor has outlawed certain jobs for people who are, under 21. I'm curious what bubbles that's going to create in the shifts of supply and demand for labor. How few of those students, again, high school, college, whatever, are aware of the job openings right here, at the human resources? Are they aware, or is it just a secret online or locked onto the bulletin board? And I just want to make sure that we're, what had been the soccer field north of the IHOP, I'm curious what that will be turned into. Will it just be a better soccer field? Or is there construction that's going to affect us, even if it's not technically on the city property? Please remember, as the heat increases, not all of us have, anywhere with good air conditioning to cool off, especially when it's raining. So, whether it's the unhoused or just the unbedded. And some of those people are going to be, mosquito food, and we have to find a better solution to make sure that those diseases don't spread like the Zika virus did, 10 years back. So please, let's have a safe summer, a belated Happy Mother's Day, early Happy Father's Day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lynn Sue Reef Club. Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor and the city staff. Thank you for your service. And today I'd like to talk about how we make quick decisions when we want to spend money, and we make very slow decisions when there are opportunities for the city to increase our income. For example, I know that we're under review for certain things such as who's going to do collections on past liens, on water bills that haven't been paid. We have to do a study. We have to source a collections company, and it's been taking months and months and has gone nowhere. And it takes forever for the city to get its rightful money to our pockets. But when we want to spend $400,000, I don't know what the process is. We're using a pre-qualification from September 2023. We don't review our current status and the situation inside our city of what we need. And we are approving $400,000. It would have been approved today if it weren't for Commissioner Daniela Jean. So thank you for that, because really, before we spend $400,000 a year, I would suggest that our commissioners, as well as Mr. Manager, to really consider, is that really worth it? Is that what we really need? Can we hire someone in-house and maybe outsource him with his expertise on certain things with public communications or other PR mechanisms? Now, I also was in advertising. I was a business development for BMW and Mini Cooper. So with that said, when we buy media, we don't do it. We create the material, and a separate company buys media. I don't know, maybe perhaps Florida is different. I just think it creates a loophole for people to actually do things that they're not supposed to do. What's going to say, and this is by no means any hit on the PR firm, but I just wanted to say that it's an opening for him to gain more money, and whoever that PR firm is, that's still doing it. So if we want to be fair and we want to be clear and transparent, there has to be a separate media company and a PR firm that are going to decide what media to buy if there's a 15% commission. So with that said, last but not least, I think there should be key performance indicators as to how effective our PR firm is going to be. And finally, I'd like to see our meetings and our events cut down, because I think we are having a lot of meetings. I, as a candidate, try to attend every single event, and I find myself not catching up with it. So that means that there are quite a bit, and not all of them are well attended. In the meantime, thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Kathleen Joachim.
Really?
Go ahead, Mr. Kazan.
Ladies first.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Kathleen Joachim, and I am a resident of this beautiful city of North Miami Beach. I agree with David Templer about this vacant lot. That is something that the Beautification Committee had talked to our chairman about finding a way a few months ago for us to be able to have something in Eastern Shores. So I would love to see that Jay and Commissioner Smith get themselves together and really find a way to do something and work with the city manager about trying to find a way to purchase that lot as soon as possible. Also, item 9.3, it's a lot of money to spend on one company. The city manager told us a few months ago that we were short-handed, we were almost literally broke. This kind of money scared a lot of us, and especially in the time that we are living in, where it is so difficult for people to pay their rent or even eat. This PR firm might be able to do their job very, very well. They might be very good at their job, but I don't think the city of North Miami Beach should be paying this kind of funding to do this. We need to really think. We need everyone's in this city, everywhere in the United States, feeling it. If you look at the stock market, a lot of us are losing a lot of money. So the city can't afford this, not now. And also, I would like to thank the beautification team because this morning, I'm sorry, Dorothy was not aware of it, but they went into Washington Park and did a great job. So Sam Bernard and his team went above and beyond. They did what needed to be done. So we thank all of you that the lot was clean. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, and Sam Zarcona, Sam Bernard for leading the team. Thank you so very much. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Mr. Kazan.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Azan. Do we name the field over there Templars Field? I support it as well, for Eastern Shores. As well, you can take the money from ARPA funds. You did buy the Singer building from ARPA. With ARPA funds, you bought a couple other things, buildings with ARPA funds. You can do that with ARPA funds. I've been saying that for more than a year, 2 years at least. In terms of the item 9.3, you want to attract people to our city. You only need to behave yourselves. Behave nicely. You don't have to hire a PR for $400,000, pay the guy $33,000 a month. Last month, you hired one guy for $46,000, which was a friend. This month, if it wasn't pulled off, you would have hired another friend for $33,000. It shouldn't be working like that. You've been accusing people of doing the same thing, and now you're doing it yourselves. That is bad behavior, and a PR does not straighten that out. After we hired a PR in 2016, we took out 4 elected officials from up on the dais for one reason or the other. The PR didn't help. Matter of fact, we got bad PR for that. Our city is known for bad behavior, and it comes from the dais, not from here in the dais, from here in the audience. We have a $6.5 million in delinquent billing from the water plant. I don't see any urgency in collecting that money. You keep kicking it down the road, like if it's not our money. Last year, August, we heard that this city is in a $10 million deficit. $10 million deficit. $8 million from the pensions, $2 million from elsewhere. Where's the urgency? All that I'm seeing the urgency here is hiring friends and family and favorites. It needs to stop. And with that vote coming up next month, is going to determine how this DS is in January 2025. And with that, I leave it at that. And I hope that you people learned something tonight. ARPA funds for the Eastern Shores, name it after David Temple is gone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment? Mr. Mayor, that was the last signed speaker.
Okay, thank you. Next would be announcements, Mr. Manager.
Public comment is closed.
Oh, sorry, public comment. Okay. Mr. Manager, announcements. If you have any. Oh, maybe there's some here.
Yep. Good evening. Evan Ross, your communications consultant. Farm Share will hold a food distribution at the Ulita Park Community Center this Thursday, May 23rd from 9 a.m. until noon. May is Jewish American Heritage Month. Join us at the North Miami Beach Library for story time, crafts and games for kids, an art exhibition, and kosher bites this Thursday, May 23rd at 6 o'clock p.m. May is also Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Celebrate with NMB at the North Miami Beach Library this Saturday, May 25th from 1 o'clock to 4:30 p.m. The city will hold its annual Memorial Day ceremony honoring those who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our country on Monday, May 27th at Howard B. Hinson Park for fallen war heroes at Northeast 160th Street and 14th Avenue. As we enter hurricane season, it's critical to be prepared. Join us on June 8th from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. here at City Hall for our Hurricane Expo featuring Miami-Dade Fire Chief Ray Jadala and experts in emergency management. Will provide you with necessary information and some free giveaways to help ensure your safety during hurricane season. Lastly, please note that next month's City Commission meeting will be off the normal schedule and will take place on Thursday, June 27th at 6 p.m. right here at City Hall. For more information about North Miami Beach events, visit citynmb.com and follow the city on social media at citynmb. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next is City Commission reports. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Good evening, everybody. I want to say thank you to everybody who came up this evening and gave their point of view. We definitely appreciate it, and we listen to you. Farm Share is coming on this Thursday, as he announced, from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., and it's Ulita Park, and everybody is welcome, walk-ups, drive-ups, however you can get there. We take care of you. We're looking forward to it. All right, Memorial Day on Monday, the 27th at 10 a.m., Corporal B. Hanson Park. Please, please join us. It's a wonderful ceremony, and it's a solemn day, unfortunately, for all, and we definitely want your help in celebrating it. It is the summer right now. Starting the summer, if you don't believe it, just step outside, see how fast it is before you get hot. You know, everybody wants to go to the water. Please, please, anybody who doesn't know how to swim, please go out and learn how to swim this summer. Make it at one of your bucket lists. Make it whatever you can. But you will be the happiest person if you know how to swim when you go to the beach, when you go to a lake, when you go anywhere. You won't be afraid of the water. It'll be a wonderful thing. Please, please learn to swim. Thank you.
Commissioner Jean?
Good evening. Thank you so much. I wanted to piggyback on Commissioner Chernoff and also mention heat safety. Mr. Manager, we spoke about heat safety for the employees that work outdoors. So I'm hoping that you guys take the necessary measures to protect our employees. I do want to thank Parks and Recreation for a successful youth financial literacy that we had about 60 teenagers that came out last week for a very successful financial literacy workshop. Also, we had 10 young women and young men of distinction scholarship recipients, and I want to thank Mayor Piper for coming out to that. Also, big thanks again to Parks for a successful MishCon reopening of the park. That was amazing on Sunday. Happy Haitian, Jewish, and Asian Pacific Islander Month to all who celebrate within those cultures. Also, a very successful Small Business Expo. And remember that May is Mental Health Awareness Month, so take care of your mental health. Thank you.
Commissioner Joseph?
Can you skip me real quick? I'm trying to pull something up.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I want to also ask you to please, when you're going to go shopping on Memorial Day, you're going to have a picnic on Memorial Day, you're going to stay in bed late, but get up by 10, come to our memorial service. It's a beautiful dedication, and we all wouldn't be in this room if it wasn't for our service men and women. So please try to make that a point. It is a beautiful service, 160th Street, Northeast 14th Avenue. As they said about the heat, I want to tell you that I try to walk every day, and it's not just the heat. The humidity you can cut with a knife. Please be cautious, take precautions, bring water, don't overdo it. And the most important thing in an area that we live in is everybody has to know how to swim. I mean, that's the tragedy on the news at least once a week. And it's just not necessary. All we have to do is make sure our loved ones know how to swim. You know, now it's the summertime for a lot of young people that are graduating or will be graduating in a few years. Be productive. If you don't get an internship or a small job, take 2 days a week and do something to help people that need the help. Doesn't matter if it's getting an organization together to babysit children so they could have a fun day, if it's getting friends together to mow grass to elderly, whatever you can do, make it a better world, and you will get the benefit much more than they do. I want to also mention we are working on trying to stop the scooters for those that drive scooters, and they don't want to hear that. Let me just tell you how dangerous it is. The police department have no means to give tickets. They come across the street, out of the hedges, in front of cars, and the municipalities around us on the aisles, etc., have started some laws that have made it so that at least, if not prohibitive, at least we have some teeth and safety. So with that, I also want to thank everybody that did come out from Mishcon Park, and if you haven't been by on 15th Avenue, OMG, we waited almost 10 years, but what we got is unbelievable. The children will benefit for years to come, and we owe it all to Jeff Mishcon and his beautiful wife, Patricia. And the last thing I want to say is thank you all that called me about my husband's recent surgery. He's fine. He's back to himself, which means he's fine. So I can appreciate all of you, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you very much. Have a safe, wonderful June and May, because we're not going to see you until the end of June again. Thank you again.
Commissioner Joseph?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd like to echo the same sentiments regarding the holidays coming up. I know Juneteenth is coming up. I know we're going to have it's going to be an off day for us. Wishing everyone a blessed and great Juneteenth. A couple of weeks ago, I think a week and a half ago, I was able to give a proclamation in commemoration of, or in celebrating a Fleet Week. First time it's been held here in the city, in our region down here in Dade County. And an opportunity to give a proclamation to the Rear Admiral, who's in charge of the Caribbean and Eastern Fleet. And I'd like to wish everyone a safe and blessed Memorial Day weekend. Stay safe, and I hope for a great evening. Thank you.
Commissioner Smuggler?
So I too would love to see, except for maybe Snowfest, I would love to see a moratorium for a year of all of our events to see what we really do or do not need in our city. I also want to express my sympathies to the family of Neil Keys. Neil was a resident of North Miami Beach for over 50 years and a business owner in North Miami Beach as well with Palm Travel. I also want to acknowledge our very own John Falome was recently awarded as a drug-free world hero. And for those of you who might be interested, there is a GoFundMe account out there for him. Thank you, Commissioner Joseph, for donating to it, that I saw your name. Thank you. It would be really appreciated for those who could give anything. A peaceful Memorial Day to everyone. Thank you to those who served. We are going to be doing something in our city to celebrate Juneteenth. It'll be on June 15th because we don't want our employees to have to work on June 19th. And it's going to be at the amphitheater, and it's going to be Kool and the Gang. Well, not the real Kool and the Gang, but a tribute band, cover band. And happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. And thank you to our police department for protecting our residents, our visitors, our families, our commissioner, our employees, our staff, and myself and my family as well. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Mackenzie Florimon.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. First off, I'd like to say Happy Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Also, Happy Jewish American Heritage Month and Happy Haitian Heritage Month. And I wanted to, just give a word for the day, and that is Quisqueya. Quisqueya. That is the Indian name that was used for the island of Hispaniola, and it means the mother of all lands, the mother of all lands. So as we recognize Haitian Heritage Month and also Haitian Flag Day this past weekend, let us think about the history of the island nation and what it means to the great landscape of our world history. And so the word is Quisqueya, and it means mother of all lands. And that's the name that the Indians gave to the island of Hispaniola, which is the Dominican Republic and Haiti together. So wanted to just mention that on the record. In addition to that, I also wanted to talk about this item 9.3 because, a couple of people made comments about it and made some assumptions and some presumptions. I think it was 9.3 for the, that was deferred, right? Was it 9.3? Okay. And so I think when it comes to, these types of items, dealing with the PR, the manager has an outlook about, what he, based on what he's heard from the commission, based on historical facts, and based on where we want to go as a municipality, to kind of put some things together and present to us, right? It's apparent that, this particular item needs to be flushed out a bit more. And looking forward, as I told the manager, to speaking about the outlook of communications, branding, and the global conversation of where we're going as a city first, and then we can see where all these pieces fit. So basically the cart before the horse conversation, right? So we did have a branding session years ago. Since then, there's been, pretty much this conversation is always ongoing. And I think what happens with management, with even elected officials, is that every 2 years, based on what I talked to the manager about, we all come with these fresh ideas that we think are pretty new, right? And then when we really look into them, we realize, hold up, this conversation has been happening for 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years, and we're still at the starting point. And so I think what we need to look at is a model that no matter who is in the driver's seat, they can take that model and continue with it. And so we need some long-term planning. We need to address some very important issues as it relates to branding, promotion, staff, hybrid opportunities or options. I will give some credit, though, to what I've seen in the past couple of months with our Instagram and some of what I've seen with, branding consistency on Instagram and social media and things of that sort. But the fact that it took us that long to even get to that, to me, speaks volumes, right? That it took us that long to even get to a consistent Instagram page. And so the job is not an easy one. I think the managers heard loud and clear. The person who is responsible for the firm has heard loud and clear as well. Our procurement staff and team has heard loud and clear, as well as the commission. So we've heard you, the citizens, ma'am, loud and clear. We'll have those discussions in a public forum, is what I hope, Mr. Manager, before we bring it back up here, and we'll flush it out until we get to something that makes sense for everybody. So just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you so much.
Mayor Evan Piper.
All right, thank you. First, I wanted to say kudos to all of our involved citizens. It's extremely important, and you really make a big difference, and we need to hear you, and if we don't hear you, then we don't know what you're thinking and what's needed, and you're out there on the streets and seeing what's happening. So really, really important, and thank you for everybody who came out tonight. Another thing, I had the opportunity of being a guest speaker at the Wake Up NMB meeting a few weeks ago. I was honored to be able to speak to so many residents and have an open dialogue of what's going on with the city and how I feel about the city. Want to remind everybody that I am here and I have an open door policy for anybody who wants to speak with me at any time. Along those lines, I had found out recently that we're going to soon be having a residents government academy. Would that be the right terminology? So for those residents that are involved and want to become more involved and want to learn more about how the government of our city works and what kind of happens behind the curtain, this is an opportunity to learn more about that. Am I saying that right, Mr. Manager? Okay, great. So keep your eyes open for that. I think it's definitely something to look into as well. A couple other things. There was a double birthday this month, and that was myself and the manager. And no, we're not twins, but you didn't know, huh? Okay. Also, Commissioner Smucker had a birthday this month as well. Happy birthday.
Commissioner Smucker.
Yeah, she's another year older now. You know that. No, you didn't get older. Okay. Speedy recovery to Woody. If he's cranky again, we know he's good. So that's all good. The Mishcon Park reopening was definitely eye-opening, really, really nice place now. It was nice before. It's even way nicer now. I got to attend the Haitian Heritage celebration at the library, also well-attended. Another really, really nice event that I wanted to make mention of. And of course, along those lines, happy Heritage Months for this month, Asian Pacific, Jewish and Haitian. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the North Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce, since I'm also the president there. Anybody who is in business, involved in business, wants to know more about business, should be involved in the Chamber of Commerce. As a matter of fact, we're having an event tomorrow evening at Pinstripes at Aventura Mall. It's a summer kickoff event, networking event, and even birthday party for myself event. So if you're interested in coming out there, it's nmbchamber.com, and you can sign up to come out to that event. And with all that, I will just end with Happy Memorial Day. Thank you.
I'll give credit to Phyllis because she started the Government Academy. Yes, I'm speaking into the mic, Mr. Kazan. No, I just wanted to give some credit to Phyllis, Commissioner Smith, because she started the Citizens Government Academy.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
I can still remember Commissioner Smuckler and former Commissioner Kramer in that class. You weren't in that class? You sure? Okay, well, I think Commissioner Kramer was in that class, right? Okay.
Well, the products of that class speak for themselves.
Right.
So,
so thank you, Commissioner Smith, for bringing that together.
It's really worth it. It's worth taking your time, your 7 or 8 weeks, not in the evenings.
You gave out
All right.
B. You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, next, consent agenda. We need a motion and second to introduce the consent agenda.
Make the motion.
Second.
Okay, great. And Mr. Attorney.
Okay, item 9.1 will be the City Commission Conference meeting minutes from April 16th. Item 9.2, the regular City Commission meeting minutes of April 16th. The renumbered, it was 9.4. That's pulled, so that'll be down a little further on the agenda. Item 9.5 has also been pulled. That'll be a little further down on the agenda. Item 9.6, resolution number R 2024-62, approve and accept the Florida Local Government Cybersecurity Grant. Presentation by Ricardo Castillo, Chief Information Officer. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the acceptance of the Florida Local Government Cybersecurity Grant administered by the Florida Digital Service, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate the resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. That's the consent agenda, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. We need a motion, a second, to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, thank you. Next on to,
Move to introduce ordinance number
okay, we need a motion and a
no.
second.
20-24.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interject. No, the first item, based on the agenda reorganization is originally from consent agenda item 9.5, the extension for the Reuben Turnbull and Associates federal lobbyists.
Move to approve.
Okay, well, okay. First of all, so we have the motion. Do we need a second to introduce 11-1? Great. All right, Mr. Attorney.
A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a professional services agreement extension with Reuben Turnbull and Associates for the purchase of federal lobbyist services in an amount not to exceed $93,750. Authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Commissioner Smith for the opportunity to kind of dive into this item just a little bit. As with various contracts, we are going through everything and realizing that there are certain contracts that we continue to need and service, but that the extensions have passed. So as we're catching up with all of that, we're bringing to you, this is one contract in which the vendor continued to work on behalf of the city. There are advocates in DC and dealing with federal issues. We work with the vendor on various items, and I'm pleased, two key items that I think are very important. Today, we were given the information, which I gave you all a letter. In fantastic news, Congresswoman Wilson's office is providing additional support to fund an extra $5 million for the Washington Park Community Center. Wow. My staff worked closely. Yes, $5 million.
You have to be careful. This is appropriations. It has to still get voted on in Congress.
I'm going in there. Yeah.
Just to be clear.
Absolutely, yes. So.
But we're getting it.
We work very closely.
Yes.
We work very closely with this vendor and Commissioner Wilson's office in a very short turnaround. The window opened basically on a Tuesday and closed on Friday. And so we needed to turn everything around within just a couple short days. So I do want to thank Congresswoman Wilson for making sure, and her staff, in work with our vendor and ourselves to make sure that we had those allocations available. As Commissioner Joseph said, well, first, and credit to Commissioner Joseph, this is on top of the additional $3 million that you've been able to supply in previous years.
Yeah.
Totaling $8 million.
Just to back up, what happened, the reason why this is short turnaround is because, Congress has been kind of in a weird place lately. And
for years now.
For years. So it because of the fact that they were trying to wrap up a lot of stuff, I got word from Congressman's staff. She sent it quickly because it was such a quick turnaround. There's certain projects I wish we could have gotten the theater in there, because that's something that been languishing for quite some time. But we had the Washington Park pretty much planned out, and this is just more additional funding that'll be dedicated to that project, where it cannot be used for anything else.
Nope.
And I'm looking forward to it. And this particular lobbying group is someone that is a group that's been advocating for this, because you need other stakeholders on that committee to push it through, because Congress is a lot more complex, a lot more nuanced, and there's certain people on there, maybe, the dean of our Florida delegation, Mario Diaz-Balart, they have to be on the same page, and you have to have certain people that have this access, and that's key. We've been successful the last couple of years to get as much money as we can, but with this additional money, I think we have a very good chance, given the fact that we do have Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart as an advocate, as well as our great Congresswoman Frederica S. Wilson, that's been put it in her legislative appropriations. Is not something that there's other cities in her district, but she chose us. And that tells you the commitment she has to our community and to our residents. So I commend her and her staff for always being there for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Joseph.
If I can break in, Mr. Manager, Bill Rubin is a titan. He's a titan.
Essentially, there's no additional steps for us to do. What's going to end up happening and what ends up determining that is the federal appropriations within the HUD. The HUD appropriations bill. And so we're anticipating having the final say. Hopefully we keep the full allocation, and that's what the advocacy group is there to help advocate for us, essentially, with Congresswoman's office to try to ensure the full allocation for the project. And we hope to have the final say sometime in early to mid 2025. The other aspect in which our advocacy group is helping is during the budget session, we talked about applying, which the city has had many years in the past, has applied and received a grant called COPS, which is a program in which allows counties and municipalities a certain percentage over the next 3 years to fund the salary components for police officers, sworn police officers. And so there was a little bit of a hiccup. They were able to kind of help our staff get access the application appropriately, and they're helping us with not only making sure that everything goes through, but then obtaining support from local representatives to make sure that we can get the full allocation. We've applied for 8 position officers, sworn officers through the grant, which would help offset some of those costs of bringing in additional police officers to our department. So that is essentially what this group and this vendor ends up doing. They not only keep us up to date with what's going on, various other appropriation bills for infrastructure and stuff, but they are our boots on the ground up there of understanding how that universe, it's not even a different world, it's a different universe, operates because it's nothing like the state. It's just completely different. And we're hoping to tag on into much more of the infrastructure aspect as well. That's going to help the city in the long run. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, public comment.
Good evening, everyone. The floor is open for public comment at this time. We do not have any signed speakers, but if you wish to speak on this item, please certainly come forward. Mr. Mayor, no one has come forward.
Okay.
Take this opportunity.
We have one.
Retract that. Okay.
So this here is Mubarak Hassan. This here is going to be a paid lobbyist, if I understand correctly. Okay, because I remembered more than a decade ago, we had a lobbyist, not going to call his name, but we paid him $60,000 a year, and he usually campaigned for us with our water plant up Tallahassee, and making sure that we keep collecting that surcharge that we charge other cities. We carry the burden of the debts for that water plant. And I hope that lobbyist that you're going to be hiring is a useful individual as the past one. I do not know if we still hire the past one.
This is for federal government.
I know, but I do not know if we still hire the past one for state. I do not know. But however, I hope it works out good, and I hope that we get our bang for the buck, as they say. Thank you very much for having me.
We're probably getting $5 million,
really.
so
Thank you.
I think we got a big bang.
When we get it,
Yeah.
I'll say it's a big bang.
Okay.
Anybody else want to speak on this item? Okay, let the record reflect no one's come forward, and public comment is now closed. Any commissioners have any comments on this? Commissioner Joseph.
Just to give some additional background, this particular group was the same group that helped us got our initial $3 million. Sorry, can you hear me? Oh, sorry. Just for additional background, this particular group was the one that lobbied to get us the first tranche from Congresswoman Wilson's office for the $3 million worth. We have a check presentation coming up real soon. If you can elaborate on that, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir. As of right now, we're scheduling with Congresswoman Wilson's office. We're anticipating her presence here at the July commission meeting, where we'll do a check presentation.
Great.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chernoff?
No, I'm
Anything on this? Okay. Mr. Smith?
City Manager, I just want to ask a question. Does this company notify you that there's possible grants that you didn't know about federally? Do they keep us also abreast besides fighting for us for?
Yes, ma'am. We have, excuse me. We have conversations as to what may or may not be available and what would be prerequisites for going after certain funds. So certain funds would require master plans and other materials that we would need, and whether we would have that or not, so that we can have a successful application.
Well, that's why for those out in the public that you have to understand, locally, we see other communities constantly once a month at the league and with conversations when we need to get their input on something we're voting on. But federally, we really need somebody up there to keep us, informed of what's available, what's coming available, and we're not up there. We don't have our thumb on the ball at this time. Finger, thumb, but on the pulse. So thank you for pulling this and explaining it. I wanted the public to be aware how resourceful this really is. Thank you.
Okay, any other comment on this? Okay, Mr. John.
Thank you so much. I did have a couple questions. I know I spoke with Jody and Mr. Manager. We had conversations because initially we put in for the septic to sewer in Washington Park, and I know I also did some advocacy as well. So the vision that the city has as it relates to federal, aid or help, I would love for you to kind of speak to all of the colleagues to see what more can be done federally, because I think there's more opportunities, to Commissioner Smith's point, especially with my conversation with Jody. It feels like we're not being as aggressive as we need to be to really kind of find these opportunities. So I do want to highlight that.
Yes, Commissioner. This was within this window. The septic to sewer was a project that was felt was not going to be viable. However, there's other federal agencies that are looking at those infrastructures, so we are working with them to maximize, as you suggested. One of the things that from a city and from a structural standpoint that we're looking at as we look with all of the departments coming to you all is reorganizing how the city not only researches but then applies and maintains for appropriations or grants, whether it's locally, statewide, or federal. The entire process is decentralized throughout the city. Each department's kind of on their own when they're doing that. And so we've been collectively working to centralize that within, I think we're looking through the finance department, because sometimes there are matching funds that we need to be able to make sure that there's budget for. So we're looking. I've used this analogy quite often, and I think I've said it publicly, but I know I've said it to each of you individually, and I apologize for the cheesy jokes or the dad jokes, as my wife tends to tell me I do too much of. But the analogy is, in the city, in so many aspects, we are changing the engine of the race car while still driving it. And so sometimes things take longer than what we would enjoy to have and make an immediate change, because there's certain liabilities we got to walk through. There's certain resolutions that a lot of times you all even educate me on past resolutions and ordinances, right, that we have to consider of what kind of impacts those may have. So, but to your point, yes, we're looking at all of those available funding. The more money that we can bring into North Miami Beach, the less resiliency we need. Not resilient.
The more resilient.
We become more financially resilient, yes, but the less we rely, thank you, there you go, on ad valorem, which is the general fund, which is what we need to do. We need to continue to diversify the revenue stream coming into the city.
Okay, so here's what I add. We're members of the National League of Cities. We presented a proclamation. I'm part of the Transportation Infrastructure Committee. I know there's a lot of grants that we're missing out on. So I would definitely advise us to see if we can do a sit-down with National League of Cities, maybe the president or some of the auxiliary committees that they do have, because I know that we're missing out on a lot of opportunities there. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Move to adopt resolution number R 2024-61.
Second.
One more comment.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, boy. I know for sure that the meeting will be concluded by midnight. That's, anyways. Our Parks Director gets the joke. Yeah, so, this is a big idea, right? And what I like about this is that we're actually showing the connection between the federal government and the local government and how literally everything is local. I think sometimes people have a hard time imagining where local and municipal government can solve national problems or vice versa. But this is very unique to have a municipal item piggybacked or line itemed in a federal budget or a federal expenditure, right? And so our Congresswoman, number one, I want to say thank you, but this firm really is taking us to that level. The only thing I've seen similar to this has been WIFIA, and being able through Beth Spiegel and our colleagues that was on the commission at that time, bring some federal dollars directly down from the federal government so that we can be able to work on our water infrastructure. And so, Mr. Manager, kudos to you, kudos to everyone that's working on this item up here. I know Commissioner Joseph has been pushing for Washington Park, and so have we all. And as a role model, 5,000 role model, we're in constant communication with the Office of Congresswoman Wilson, so I look forward to a positive result on this item, and I look forward to supporting the item for the lobbying. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Florimond, for your information, the city has always been very well suited with federal connections. And the Snake Creek Bike Path is all from Congressman William Lehman when he was around. All that money he gave to connect all the places that we wanted to build the bike path. And so we have a lot of history with being connected.
Oh, well, if there's anyone that can tell us about historical facts on this commission, it would be you. Because, when did you come on?
21 now?
No, 19 what? What year were you? 1990. 1990. So you have a lot of historical facts. So thank you for bringing that up.
From 1990 to when?
Great point.
I'd like to ask the manager one more question. This is almost retroactive. So does that become a line item? So, because I'd like to vote on it in December. So this contract will be up in December of this year. So is it a line item in our budget?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And it's, there's allocation in the budget when we put together what we're looking for.
Okay, let's bring it forward on a timely, instead of keep going retroactive with our contracts.
We're trying
that,
to do
you know that bothers me immensely. So let's just go forward doing it.
Are we all good? We've had, okay, we already have a motion on the table, I believe, and we have our second?
Yes.
So, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Okay, next we're going to have a little change. We're going to, for 11.2, it's going to be what was originally 9.4 that we're going to move over now. So, Mr. Attorney, I guess it's resolution R 2024-60, which now becomes, I guess, an ordinance, right?
Well, not an ordinance,
resolution.
but resolution number R 2024-60, approved change order with Shenandoah General Construction LLC, sponsored by Sam Zancona, the Public Works Director. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the contract with Shenandoah General Construction LLC for storm sewer main cleaning and repairs, increasing the contract amount by $200,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability, providing for an effective date.
Okay.
So I pulled this because I had a question, so maybe I could ask it now?
Okay, well, first of all, on this item, who's going to be speaking? Sam's going to be speaking? So I
Yeah,
guess
either-
perhaps we'll have Sam speak on the item, then we'll have public comment, then we'll go from there. So,
Sure. Sam,
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, fellow staff. The item in front of you is to request a $200,000 contract increase. Is a contract change order. It's not a request for a purchase order for Shenandoah, but it's simply a request to increase or elevate the contract amount for stormwater system structures and basins cleaning as per our mandated NPDS, National Pollution Discharge Permit. Thank you.
Okay.
And just some further clarification for the commission. The contract is, would cover 2 fiscal years, our current fiscal year 24 and 25 as well. The increase is based on prior expenditures, what we've been looking at, what we're anticipating. There is a time where, for various reasons, the city didn't fully utilize the maintenance portion of this, and so there is a bit of catch-up work that needs to do. So we felt that the amounts requested would help get us there. The contract is only paid out when the work is requested, and this contract not only from the cleaning and repair, but when we get large storms or anything like that, they have the vac trucks or the vacuum trucks that can come out and help move that water along where we have major flooding in areas or something to that effect. So the contract again is cleaning repairs for some emergency responses if need be, and it's the upper limiting amount. So if we don't call them out for it, then they don't get paid for it.
Okay. All right, so Madam Clerk, public comment.
Good evening, everyone. And would you like to speak on this comment? Please come forward.
Okay, let the record reflect no one came forward and public comment is closed. Any comment from the commissioners?
I had the questions, thank you. So I have 2 questions. Will it only be for North Miami Beach property, North Miami Beach pipes? Am I correct? Nothing with the, okay. And-
Only within the city.
Pardon me?
Only within the city.
Right, only within the city on our streets, that's the question. And then the way it was worded, so I heard what you said, it's for 24 and 25, but the way it's worded, it said through 2023. And then, at the time, the contract renewal, additional $200,000 required for cleaning the drains. So, when you're reading this, shouldn't it be that 2025, that, again, should it have come to us earlier? Should it have said 2024? I want to try to understand what I'm reading.
Yeah, this is a piggyback contract on from Miami-Dade County Public Schools, and the initial contract was for 3 years, and I believe it stopped in 23, May of 23, and so what we're doing now is we're reauthorizing the contract, which would extend it through 25.
Okay, so next time you're going to try to bring it back to us at the end of 2023.
Yeah, as we stated, and your concern, Commissioner,
yeah,
is to
thank
be able to go through all the contracts and make sure that we have the proper renewals coming back ahead of time and that.
I appreciate that so much, because when you're reading it, it doesn't gel.
Yeah.
And it's an 88.9% increase, and the only thing I can tell you is that hopefully everything will be done, and there won't be that much needed after 2025. Or if there is, we can project it ahead of time and give us a 25 or 30% increase, so the increase doesn't seem so dramatic. I would appreciate that too. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other comments from the commissioners? No? Okay, we need a motion second.
Second.
Okay, voice vote, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is going to be what's now going to be 11.3, which is 2024-06, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Ordinance number 2024-06, second reading, street tree landscaping update.
Move to introduce.
Let him read it.
Do we move to?
I'll read it by title. An ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the code of ordinances of the city of North Miami Beach, chapter 24, entitled zoning and land development by amending article 11, entitled landscaping, section 24-119, minimum landscaping requirements for all zoning districts, amending section 24-121, entitled tree removal permit, to provide for clearer and more concise specifications and guidelines for applicants by creating a new section 24-125 entitled right-of-way trees regulations, providing for codification, conflict, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. This is second reading, Mayor.
Okay, I guess we should get that motion to introduce then, just to be sure, right? So we need a motion second. You got the motion second?
He
Okay.
made it, I seconded it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for pointing that out. All right, and presenter, Ed.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, good evening. Staff has, to just reiterate, the purpose of the ordinance is really to provide for the update provided in the urban tree canopy master plan that you accepted a couple of months ago. Staff has 3 follow-up items from first reading based on your comments, however, this evening. First is, if I could direct your attention to section A4, which should be on the third page of the ordinance. There was a question from last time regarding the percentage of all required species being palm species, and that was actually consistent with our ordinances. We do have districts such as the mixed-use district which provide for a maximum. At the time, staff recommends, based on the report that you accepted, that is the appropriate language for that to follow up to your comment from before. We also wanted to call up on the comment provided for us to go back and look at whether or not we should insert the word driveway in here. What our concern with where it says, where the suggestion was to put in for the word driveway, the sentence reads for right-of-way. And because the driveway of someone's private property isn't right-of-way, staff is recommending to you that it's not appropriate to insert the word there. We, however, did review the other parts of the ordinance to make sure that the driveways are covered. Driveways are covered under the property clauses in here, as well as the site distance triangle in particular. So we would recommend to the commissioner that there will be no needed to change it to that wording because driveways are covered under the proposed language. The third item based on your comments, we need to bring back to you for a brief discussion is you had asked us to go and provide for a range under section 24-125A1 because it says 12 feet. Staff is recommending at this time that in order to make that 12 feet a different range, you also need to change the minimum crown spread. So if it pleases the commission when you adopt, staff recommends that the range should be about 8 to 12 feet, and then you should change it concurrently with that, the minimum crown spread 3 to 5 feet. That way, you could, you have a 8-foot tree and, the crown's going to be different because you have a smaller tree. So you have to give that range for when we actually administer this plan on your behalf.
Makes sense.
Okay. All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, public comment.
If you wish to speak on this item, please step forward.
Okay, let the record reflect no one came forward and public comment is closed.
Motion to approve.
We have one
Okay.
coming up.
Oh, we have comment? It's closed, sorry.
It's closed.
All right, go ahead.
Oh.
We'll reopen it for you.
Mubarak Kazan. Yes, I would choose this opportunity to also thank the city for taking care of a tree that was in the way of people walking the routes became so large that it raised up the pavement, and it's a tripping hazard, but it took the tree down, and there are hundreds of more trees through the city. Not exactly like that, but the trees, they're over the roadway, and when the big trucks pass, it hits the limbs, and either break the limbs or crack their windscreens or something of the sort. It may not be specifically to this, but that is a problem the city has. I know that we can dip into the CITT funding to take care of the roadway, but so far that is not done. I think we have a tree problem. Not only North Miami Beach is known as Tree City, but there's a tree problem in our city. Lots of overgrown trees. The vegetation is so thick, I think animals are there in some of those little jungles that can attack and hurt people. So this does not take another assessment. The employees can do it. You walk around the city, pay attention, and you see a lot of those trees that not just was once beautiful, but is now becoming a nuisance. And we do not want that. The city took care of some trees. I saw it with my own eyes, and it looks beautiful now. It once was like a hazard, a big distraction, and with your continued effort, I think the city would once be known as a beautiful tree city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else want to come forward to speak on this? No? Okay. Let the record reflect no one's come forward, and now public comment is definitely closed. Okay. So I think we had a motion, and we have a second,
We did it already.
and we didn't say all in favor.
No.
No, this is an ordinance.
Okay, we need a roll call.
But
You've got more comments? Okay.
I do. I have some questions. Mr. Nang, thank you so much. I appreciate your listening to us and making changes that will work best for the residents. And just a side note, I've had a lot of phone calls that we used to have people that would go out and trim the trees in the swale area. Let's try to remember that maybe for the budget again. People are really calling me. I've had more than maybe 8 people, so I don't know about that. Mr. Nang, do you know on...
No, we don't.
We used to.
No, we don't.
But we put it in the budget.
Okay. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Do you know on the whereas the planning and zoning, mine is empty of the public meeting, what was the recommendation?
It was recommendation to approve in April. I apologize. It was actually reported in the last meeting. 5-0. Yep.
5-0, thank you. And then I have a couple questions. Mine was blank, so I
My apologies.
Under number B2, section 24-121, tree removal permits, after they relocate the tree, you put almost daily. So my question is, when you put it almost, will that suffice without giving, especially relocating a tree, if you don't do it daily sometimes, especially in the summer here?
Yes, ma'am. We are actually provided guidance on that from the county, and actually Public Works and Community Development have reviewed an upcoming irrigation ordinance would be consistent with this. But we are going based on best practices as provided in the urban tree canopy report provided by the consultant.
I just want to make sure that that we follow up on that.
Yes, ma'am.
We're putting it in the ordinance, and maybe down the road we'll have to. So they have to get a permit. They have to get a permit to do anything. How long do they have to wait?
Staff is pretty good about turning it around within a short amount of time once they have the documents in.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to put that on record so people wouldn't call and complain, but you don't have an idea of how long.
Most of the time it takes up within the week. Our biggest problem is that people show up without proper documentation. Sometimes we have to kind of separate it for them. For example, they may come and it's about a tree, but they can't tell if the tree is on city right-of-way or their own property. So we actually have to go in and dig for a survey or or go out in person to see where the tree is, because if it's in city right-of-way, as sometimes it's the case, like right on the edge of your yard, it's actually public works responsibility. So we tell them you don't need a permit, and we just put it over to public works to, hey, go out there and please help our resident on this. But other times, it's actually on their property, or they get public works to hold responsible for it, but it's on their property. And so it takes a day or two to figure that out, and then stuff like that, yeah.
I brought this question up. I went to a barbecue and a woman was there. She's been waiting months to get the approval for the windows. Months for her permit. So I moved to another room, so I didn't get involved. But you know.
Yeah, trees are pretty straightforward as long as they provide us the species or a picture so that we can look up the species and we go out and take a look, as well as some sort of certification, usually from an arborist, and location on the property so we know if it's public work responsibility or if their property and their responsibility as
And
a
I guess
homeowner.
times like hurricane season, you probably get a lot more than you do prior to hurricane. And the last question I have on replacement trees shall include frequent watering until established and for a minimum of 1 year. Who's doing the watering? The owner?
The owner should be doing the
Well
watering.
area, is it us or the owner?
It should be the owner if it's on their property. Naturally, if the city is making an investment to plant our tree, Public Works will, my understanding, Public Works will make sure that that's done.
Okay, if it's in the swale. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anything else, or Mr. John?
One quick question. So do residents have to come in and fill out an application, or do we have an online process?
We are in the process of making sure we have an online process for it, but right now we do ask them to come in and provide us with the information.
And then how are we going to let the residents know about this new ordinance and is there a methodology?
We're going to work with the city manager's office on working in terms of public information blasts, as well as posting signs at planning. There's really not going to be much of anything in terms of our existing form, which has certain check marks that they need to, hey, here's your document checklist, right? And so that's going to be updated as well.
I've seen cities do a flyer or a post when there's an ordinance passed that pertains to how services are modified, and then they do like an approved, and then they let people know that something has been changed. So definitely want to see something of that nature.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're all good? Okay, we have the motion, we have the second. I think we need a roll call.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph? Yes. Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon?
Yes.
Mayor Piper?
Yes.
The item passes 7-0.
Okay.
Move to introduce ordinance number 2024-07, first reading by title.
And that's going to be 11-4. You have the second also, right? Good.
11.2. No?
Well, I think it was 11-2, then it became, right now it's actually 11-4 for the record,
Well,
right?
ordinance number 2024-07.
Right, okay. Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending City of North Miami Beach Code by amending Chapter 24 entitled Zoning and Land Development, Article 5 entitled Zoning Use Districts, Section 24-58.1 entitled Fulford Mixed Use Town Center District, MU/TC, to establish reference to the NMB Hanford Boulevard Public Streetscape Kit of Parts, providing for codification, severability, conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Okay,
First reading.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. On the screen or in your packet, you'll find the Hanford Boulevard Public Streetscape Kit of Parts report that was done by Mayor Adamil, funded through the CRA a while back, actually late last year, which was then provided to the CRA board in your capacity at the CRA board for review and approval. The CRA board at the time had provided comment back to the consultant, who then made revisions, and then it came to community development also to make sure that things were consistent with our regulations. That had been approved. The task then came to community development to say, hey, how can we help the city enforce this? And we're a change to our ordinances. We can't. We had presented this to the, this is the actual report. My apologies. So what the report had is certain aspects which are specific to the Kidder Park, which include the streetscape and the frontage, the landscaping, as well as very specific design criteria, which is important because in order for us to tell the developers, hey, we want you to subscribe to a certain design criteria to build an identity for this boulevard as the city desires, we have to have, as I mentioned, an ordinance. We have previously presented this to the Planning and Zoning Board, who recommended approval for vote 5-0, and we also took a additional step of bringing this before the Beautification Committee. We did not receive public comment per se at the Beautification Committee, but there was a round of applause at the end. So I assume that meant that they liked it. These roads here are complete and cover everything from the width of the sidewalk to actually the type of pavers as the commission, its capacity, the CRA board had previously commented on and approved in finality. And so what this ordinance does before you this evening is provide for the necessary update within the MUTC district to actually enforce this.
Okay, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, public comment.
If you wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Go ahead. Exactly.
Good evening, Kathleen Joachim, member of the Beautification Committee, Mr. Nang. We had that conversation, and we did mention that one of the things that we would like to see is to work with you all and making sure that we have native plants and to make sure that what we talked about and the meeting with you come to fruition. We very much are involved, and we like what we saw. And our liaison is right here, Mr. Chernoff. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this item?
Mabarakazan. You know, Mayor and Commissioners, it really doesn't take an ordinance to put in place common beautification to our street landscapes. If you drive down the road, any road, you pick any road, you'd see the faded paint rub off from the roads. I think a few weeks ago I had a meeting with the Public Works director and his staff on 15th Avenue next to the Hazel Fazino Park. It's all blurred. You can't see anything, and when the rain falls, it makes it even more difficult. I go down several streets, and there is no paint and no road markings. It kind of reminds me of, I'm not going to mention the gender, but when that gender jumps out of bed and does not put on makeup and goes to work or to meet their spouse, you don't want to meet that. You want them to put on some makeup. So like our street landscape, we need to have that makeup all the while. It enhances the property values. It brings beauty to the neighborhood. You don't need an ordinance, but you have the ordinance here. Common sense would tell you what needs to be done. And if something is failing, staff needs to jump in it immediately and take care of it. I'm not going to mention too much of events and all these things taking up our time, but that is exactly what is happening. And we need to beautify our streets even more. I think I spoke with the mayor before he became mayor on some of those problems, the street lights and so forth we discussed. So things like that. I do not know how well this ordinance would work if we're going to get a change after you get a second reading, or it's going to continue like this and it just looks good on paper. I hope not. Thank you very much for having me.
Were you saying I don't wear enough makeup? Is that what you were trying to say? Yes. Yeah, so anyone else for public comment, or, oh, we got one more.
Hello, good evening, Commissioners and Mayor and City Manager, and happy Municipality Clock Day. My name is Wendley Mesidor. Actually, I don't like to come up here and speak often, but if it's for the beautification of North Miami Beach, I would love to actually speak on that. Not that I don't know much about beautification, but I did notice some things, some beautification we did used to have in the past back in North Miami Beach. So I would love to see some more beautification in the city. A lot of the things I notice in the community, a lot of the messed up pavement and trees are not being trimmed, and some of the residents are complaining about illegal dumping behind their house in the alleyway. So if we could do anything to just try to make sure we get some type of system to clean up the city, or anything that could make the city more beautiful, I would definitely support that. So this item is very important, so I would like to see this item go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Let the record reflect that no one else came forward, and public comment is closed. And anything from commissioners on this?
Is there a timeline of execution on this?
Pardon me, Commissioner, can you repeat
Actually,
that?
implementation, timeline of implementation?
Commissioner, it will still have to go to second reading next month. If you were to adopt it, once it's signed, it's immediate in effect after the 30-day period, right, Mr. Attorney?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, so I need a motion in a second. You making the motion?
Second.
Second? Okay, we need a roll call.
Commissioner Jean? Yes. Commissioner Joseph? Yes. Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon?
Yes.
Mayor Piper?
Yes.
The item passes 7-0.
Okay, great. We
Move
need
to
a motion
introduce
and second to introduce.
Number
It's be 11-5 now.
2024-08.
That's right.
First reading by title.
Okay, Mr. Attorney.
Ordinance number 2024-08, first reading, to increase the number of Parks and Beautification Commission members, sponsored by Commissioner Chernoff. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, Section 2-54, Parks and Beautification Commission, by doubling the size of the commission, providing for codification, conflicts, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. First reading.
Okay, and do you have anything you want, I guess you're the one speaking on this item at all, or?
You want me to speak on it?
Well, I don't know if the attorney needs to speak on it.
There's Chernoff's item, really.
Okay. All right, if you have anything to add, sure.
Yeah, just, well, all it is increasing the members from 7 to 15 to the ability to go to 15, because we're having a lot of people that are interested in being on the committee, and there's no harm or no foul of adding new members.
Commissioner, I think I wrote it as 14 because you said doubling.
I thought it was 15.
Well, you can take it out, right? I mean, if you want to make it 15, it's an easy change.
15's fine.
Then you need an amendment.
Then leave it as 14 right now.
Okay,
You can amend
that's fine.
it now.
Okay, I amend it to 15.
Okay, so is the amendment a motion?
There's a motion
Okay.
to amend that's been seconded, Mayor, and you can have discussion on it, and then you have
Okay.
public comment, but absent any objection, you can just amend it.
Okay, all right, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, just so you know, we're doing an amendment to this item, so we need to do public comment on the amendment as amended.
If you wish to speak on this item, please step forward. We have one coming up.
Well, let's speak on the, I guess, this is a new one for me.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Joachim, and I am a member of the Beautification Committee. Our Commissioner Jay Chernoff has brought this to you all. It's because lately we've seen that a lot of people want to get involved with the Beautification Committee. People are beginning to be concerned about the environment where we live in, the city of North Miami Beach, how certain things need to be done, especially when it comes down to beautification. And we would love it to have a lot more members because we have a lot of people that are interested and want to spend time with us and to make decisions on what to do and how to beautify the city. So I would really hope that it happens. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak on this? One more. Oh, we got one more.
I'm Wendy Mesidor. Yes, I would love to see more members on the beautification board. I was actually on the website the other day. I was looking for board to join, and that was one of the board I was looking at, and I saw it was 7 members. I was wondering, because I don't think they post the name of the members online, so I was wondering, like, would the position filled? But now that I know that we're going to bring it up to 15, I might actually consider it since I started having more free time on my time right now. So, more free time in my hands right now, so I would love to actually get involved and help beautify North Miami Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this? Okay, let the record reflect no one else came forward and public comments closed on that. Okay. Commissioner Smith.
City Attorney, under 2-54.6, the quorum. So you could have 15 members and a quorum is only 4?
That was the instruction from Commissioner Chernoff. He wanted to be sure that by increasing the membership, that it didn't become impossible to get a quorum, because otherwise it would have changed it. I mean,
I understand
that's to your discretion, but those were the instructions I was given.
I didn't know it. I didn't even know that was possible, that it had to be. That's why I'm asking you.
You may fix quorum at whatever you choose to in the when you create an item specifically like this, you have the privilege of fixing quorum. Some organizations that have very large memberships have 10% as their quorum. So,
but do we in our code, do we use Robert's rules?
Robert's rules is your.
But Robert's rules say a quorum is half plus 1.
Robert's rules is your default setting. Anything that is not specifically delineated by you different than Robert's rules goes by Roberts. But Roberts does not control your ability to adopt things that you want to adopt as a body, as long as it's not contrary to federal law, state law, or county ordinance. So if you choose to set your quorum for something like this at a lower number, that is your choice, and your decisions control over Robert's.
Okay, if you say it's okay, then it's okay by me.
Okay.
But the amendment, you're only voting right now on the amendment. I had written it to 14 members, and the amendment is to make it 15, because to me, doubling was 14.
So do we have to vote on the amendment and then vote on the item?
Yes.
As amended?
However, Mayor, you may take the amendment without objection. If there's no objection, you don't have to even do a voice vote. You can just say, is there any objection to the amendment? If nobody minds going from 14 to 15, then the amendment is effective, and you go back and you vote on the item as amended.
Okay, all right, so first thing would be any other comment regarding the amendment or this item?
I have a question. What is the membership as far as a commission on the status of women? Because and multicultural, because I think those boards have a good number of people, but I'm not sure what is the number. So I just wanted to know.
I couldn't tell you without looking.
No, well, no, I'm talking.
I'll get those
sorry.
numbers
I'm
for
addressing
you.
the clerk. I apologize.
Thank you.
I'll get those numbers for you.
Can I have them now?
Okay.
We're gonna
Give me a
vote.
minute.
That was the question. And number two, when you say 14 members, are we looking at some of those members being alternate members, or all those members have the same standing?
Actual members, the way it's written, they would be full members. The only thing that's not called out specifically is how those members are appointed. There's no change in the method of appointment from whatever existed previously. I kind of thought that with exactly 7 members and exactly 7 commissioners, that maybe you each appointed one, and that's why I thought 14 would mean you each appointed 2, but if you have to all approve all the members by vote, that's a different thing.
We do.
That's really one of the committees where they apply. We don't really appoint.
Yeah, we appoint them.
Well, they apply, and then we appoint them after they apply. Yeah,
We approve them.
You approve it.
Approve them, but we don't appoint.
we approve the appointment.
We appoint on some of the committees.
Right.
You
We
have
don't
to.
appoint, we approve. What comes, right. Right.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do you have that response?
No, it was COSW, and what was the other one for?
And multicultural, because I believe those.
Multicultural.
We need to handle that right now during this item?
I just have a question. It's before I vote, I wanted the answer. I thought it would be something very, very easy.
Remember, this is going to come back.
Do you want to know how many people are currently on there?
Do you know how many are currently?
Yes.
Amendment to go from 14 to 15 or on the underlying item? Because if it's not on the amendment, you should get the amendment.
Can I make,
Okay, we can do that.
can I make a motion to approve with the amendment of 15?
Okay, so first we have to see if we have any objections to the amendment going from 14 to 15. We're all good with that, right? All right, so then, Mr. Chairman, now we can go have a
Now considering an amended ordinance which calls for increasing the size to 50.
Okay, so we need a motion and a second to approve the amended ordinance, correct?
And I think that that's what the amended item that Vice Mayor Flournoy's question.
Right. So we don't have that response yet, but.
Don't you know? Aren't you?
I'm going to look.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
For the multicultural, it's 15 members. COSW, that I would have to verify.
So we do have a board with 15 members
Yes.
allocated. Okay, that's what I wanted to know, if it was consistent with some of what we're already.
And at one time in the past, Mayor, the board that he's referring to was 15 members when we changed it.
The beautification?
Yes,
Okay.
We changed to what?
to 7, I believe.
Oh, we,
It was 15 at one time. It was decreased to 7.
Do you remember why? Was it participation?
It was a participation. This was like years ago. I was an aide back then.
Okay, that's the reason why I wanted to know whether or not some of those seats would be alternate versus.
no, 15.
The quorum stays.
So, yeah, right, so 15.
Currently, we have 2 as alternate.
Okay, okay.
That's
But this calls
understudy,
for-
more or less, for the committee.
It's called for 4.
Right, because you're doubling the size, right. Okay, thank you. So I support the amendment to 15.
All right, so we,
I move to.
wait, I thought you just made, she just made the motion.
Yeah, she did.
Okay, so so Chernoff is the second, right? Okay, and then we're going to need a roll call, right? On this one, yeah, roll call. Yep.
To accept the amendment, we can do it by voice vote. To the actually item itself,
No,
we'll do
the
the roll
the
call.
amendment, we were able to,
Adopted the amendment without objection.
Okay.
They're on the amended ordinance.
Commissioner Joseph? Yes. Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuggler?
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon?
Yes.
Mayor Piper?
yes.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right. Now we need a motion a second to introduce item, which I guess is going to be 11.6, which is 2024-09.
-09.
I make the motion.
Okay, we need a second?
Second.
Okay. All right, and Mr. Attorney?
Ordinance number 2024-09, first reading, establishing a new chapter, 10B, regarding school zone, speed zone. And the acting chief, Nelson Camacho, is presented. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission in the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, 2008, by creating a new chapter 10B entitled North Miami Beach School Zone Dangerous Intersection Safety Regulations. Declaring intent, making findings regarding relevant traffic data and evidence, warranting additional enforcement procedures, and designating school zone speed detection system.
Thank you. And designating school zone, I was using my teacher voice there, and designating school zone speed detection system locations which constitute a heightened safety risk, authorizing placement and installation of a school zone speed detection system, designating a local hearing officer, providing for implementation of the dangerous intersection safety regulations by the city manager, providing for codification, conflict, scrivener's error, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to have Deputy Chief Camacho come up and kind of explain the program. There were some public comments that were concerned about the time and use of this, and so he'll kind of be able to kind of give you a quick overview as well as kind of explain how the law changed for the use of these cameras.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Just to clarify regarding the cameras, right? The usage of the camera for citation purposes are only going to be used starting 30 minutes before school starts, and it will end 30 minutes after school ends. So you're looking at just during school session. 30 minutes prior, 30 minutes after. After that, the camera will not be sighting anybody. I know there was a concern that it was going to be all night, all day being running. It does not work like that. So that is the purpose of the camera, is just to provide the safety of our kids, our school staff, and our residents, to make sure that they abide by the laws of traffic.
I'm sorry, and I believe one of the options, and I might be confusing several different conversations, so I apologize, but when not in use, the cameras can still be used as a LPN, license plate reader, correct?
So what you're going to have is you're going to have the speeding camera, but then you're going to have the option, a separate camera is going to be our LPR cameras. Those are the ones that run the tags. It's completely two different things.
And those cameras allow us to, and we have them in certain areas throughout the city, which allows us to recognize if a car has been reported stolen or something and it hits the database, we're able to see and we're able to kind of do that. Those cameras have been instrumental in past cases in which to the department's credit, they've been able to identify and track down vehicles that were being stolen from certain neighborhoods throughout the city.
So you're going to use a camera, the same camera that's going to catch them speeding?
It's essentially
it's two cameras.
Two different cameras, but it's like the same pole.
And the LPR one stays on 24/7.
Correct.
And the speed zone one is just 10 minutes before, 10 minutes after.
Correct. Yes.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Public comment, Madam Clerk.
If you wish to speak on this item, one is coming up. Thank you.
Good evening. This is Kathleen Wakim again. We support our law officers, but more importantly, we support our residents. I have to tell you all, these cameras are important. Last month, my neighbor who lived across the street from me was killed crossing the intersection of Northeast 2nd Avenue coming home. If we had these type of cameras there, I'm sure the police department would have caught the person that killed my neighbor. Okay, she lived alone. Her daughter had to come from Jamaica to come and bury her. So a lot of us residents are beginning to say that maybe we should have cameras throughout the city because it is that important. You go to church these days, you make sure you have security. Everywhere is secure. So let's see how we can do to help our children going to school and also to catch those bad guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Wendley Messidor. Yes, I think it would be good. Being involved in education myself. I work at the school, so I notice a lot of things going on. Waking up at 6:30 in the morning, driving around 7. I see a lot of people not obeying the traffic laws, speeding. Kids are crossing the street. The crossing guard can't do everything, so I think those cameras would really help in certain areas where we don't have crossing guards, where the students are by themselves. It would really help us catch a lot of people who are disobeying the law. So I do hope we could implement that, and the second camera would also be good also for the community, and because you do have people breaking the laws even after school time, driving around crazy, speeding, hit and run. So definitely that's something I would like to see us in the city of North Miami Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Hubert Dubé. I'm living in North Miami Beach, 530 Northeast 178th Street. I support 100% the camera for the schools zone because we need to protect our children, because it's for the future of only, not for North Miami, for entire United States. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else want to speak on this item?
Mubarak Azan, I guess we're going to go home before, what, 10? Okay. The traffic cameras comes with the traffic signs that telling people that there are traffic cameras there. That needs to be implemented, or your charges would not hold. So I did not hear about that. Since 2003, I've been talking about body cameras, 2003. And only when President Biden spoke of the body cameras, a few cities started implementing. Now we need to move another step further. Cameras on our police cars. We have it on the garbage trucks. I see it, the garbage guy showed me the camera on his garbage truck. And that was 9 years now. Cameras on garbage trucks. Why don't we have it on the police cars? Because when a crime is committed in one location, if the police was patrolling in other parts, they might be able to pick up the killer, like the one that we missed over in the donut hole when they killed the rabbi several years ago. But our cars do not have cameras, so if we were busy patrolling, we could have go through back the footage and maybe pick up the suspected killer. So that is another thing. You have cameras at pedestrian crossings. You want to do that, think about and those cameras can turn off on the police cars. They easily can turn off when they're not working in North Miami Beach and they have to take the cars out of the city. I usually leave mine on wherever I go. I leave it on, it loops, it erases after a certain period of time, but you have the camera there for your own safety. You know, people jump in front of me, right on the 14th Avenue there, you see them, you're in the circle there, and they jump in front of you. All of those cameras are so important. So this is a good step in the right direction. I just hope that you have up the traffic signs when it will be functioning.
15 seconds.
When it will be functioning that time. And thank you very much for having me.
All right, thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Let the record reflect no one else came forward. Public comment is closed. Any comments from the commissioners?
I just have a question. The city may utilize a speed limit detection system. If we have a vendor, would the vendor be in charge of that, or the city would be?
The vendor's the one that oversees the program in coordination with our city, just like our red light cameras.
Right.
And so that contract would be coming before you once the ordinance passes and we finish negotiations with the vendor.
Did we go out for an RFP on that? How for the contract?
I believe we're just extending an active contract that we have.
And one of the questions down at the bottom was the designation of traffic with enforcement officers. But the truth is that if we have a vendor, it wouldn't be enforcement officers. I mean, the people that would get a ticket have the right to come before, and they have the right to, just like they do now,
So each, and well, why don't you jump in, because you know those details.
Correct. So what that means is that once the violation is observed, that violation has to be approved by a traffic enforcement officer, right? Who has actually been certified to be able to say, yeah, that's a violation.
So
that's
would
what
you
that
assign
means.
somebody for North Miami Beach from your department for that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very
And
much.
we already do that for red light cameras.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I
had a question.
Okay, let's Commissioner Smucker go ahead.
Okay, so this is active 10 minutes before and 10 minutes after?
30.
30 minutes before and 30 minutes after?
Yes.
But we're only going to give tickets during the school zone?
So it's going to be during school session, but it will begin 30 minutes prior to before school starts, and it will end 30 minutes after school ends.
So it's not only when the school zone is active, it's all day long?
All correct. Well, during school session.
Throughout 30 minutes before school starts and 30 minutes after school ends, but it's not, the normal speed zone time might be from like 8 to 9, and then from like 3 to 4.
Correct. So
we're not going to have that. Now we're going to have all day?
Correct. So what you have is you have the speed limit, right, just 15 miles an hour, while they're the pickup and drop-offs, right? But after that, it goes to what the speed limit is for that area. So let's say it's 35 miles an hour, right? So then it will monitor to make sure, because you still got parents showing up to school, and you got to protect the school, so that's how it's going to be monitored.
I got you. So basically, it's going to be during the speed zone times, that's when you enforce the 15 miles an hour or whatever it is.
Correct, yes.
And then off those times during that whole school day, 30 minutes plus on each end, it'll be for the normal speed limit for that area.
But will the vendor do that, or the regular police? Will the vendor be there doing that for the regular?
It's all automated. It's a computer system that does it, and then the police officer reviews the tickets.
But the vendor gets a certain percentage. So would they get a percentage of that?
It's all broken down. If you give me 1 second, how that's broken down.
So in the meantime, so if school were, let's say, 8 to 4, it would be working 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, and then it will be giving tickets during the school zone morning and pickup. It'll give whatever that speed limit is, and then 15, and then from 7:30 to 4:30, you'll be giving tickets for the regular speeding
Correct,
rate.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, all right, you're good, Commissioner Johnson?
One more question. So I think this was a question that I had the last time about Miami-Dade County Public School Police. Will there still be police patrolling the area, or are we, and that was my question before, meaning, will there still be a physical officer in certain school zone areas? I'm assuming so.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes.
How does that work with potentially them getting a ticket and then maybe being stopped again?
No,
I didn't
yeah, I
get
know
that
we discussed
clarity.
that last time, and yes, no, this is an extra tool in our toolbox, but that's not going to prevent an officer from being there, right? So the machine, the equipment is going to give the citations. It allows the officer to take care of all the things around the school. That's it. So you will not have the officer doing the same thing at the same time. It will not work like that.
Thank you.
Okay, any other?
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Sorry, Mr. Kazan. I just appreciate it's going to be on 15th, right?
Absolutely, yes.
And
By the school, Grand
I know
Oaks
how
Park.
crazy that can. I saw some testing, not because I drive. That's my Cerner West. That's where I stay. And I've been seeing them working on the lights last month or so, or what have you. So I guess it's in preparation to see what the traffic counting was over there. So I do know, but I do understand the 30-minute lag for the morning as well as in the afternoon, because you still have kids rushing over there and parents and everything else, and some
Absolutely.
people just speed through, and that's something that I think in our community it's needed. Thank you.
Okay, if there's
So-
anything else?
Does that also include our religious schools that we have? And then
It's gonna encompass Grand Oaks Park Elementary, Fulford, and Sable Palm.
and not the JFK and North Miami Beach High?
No,
They're starting with the elementary public schools, obviously.
these
And
are
not, and
three.
not the Hebrew school?
Well, and maybe they'll expand later, but you got to start somewhere.
And did you answer my question, Mr. Manager, during the regular speed zone, that the vendor would handle that because it's all automated too?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
During the regular speed zone, 35, the vendor would handle that as well because it's all machines?
Correct, and then it's reviewed by a police
No, I
officer
understand.
before the civil
I just
fine
wa-
goes
I
out.
understand. I was thinking more about the revenue and the
So the revenue, the way that it's first issued, just like red light cameras, as a civil fine, not necessarily a traffic ticket. And that civil fine is for $100, and that's broken down in $20 goes back to the state, $60 goes towards local municipality to administer the program, $12 goes to the local school district, $3 goes to FDLE, and $5 goes towards a crossing guard recruitment and retention program. So that's how it's big. So out of that 60 that the local municipality has, that's broken further down to administer the overall program, which includes the magistrate and all those other costs.
No,
That kind of breakdown will be further brought to you once the contract is negotiated with the vendor.
I saw it. It's very generous to the city. Very generous to the city. Thank
All
you.
right, any other questions?
Second.
Motion? We got the motion, get second? Okay, and we need a roll call on this one also.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph? Vice Mayor Florimon?
Yes.
Mayor Piper?
Yes,
Item passes 7-0, first reading.
thank you. We need a motion and second to introduce item 11.7, which is resolution.
Move to introduce
2024.
resolution number R 2024-63
That's
to
it.
approve change order with KCI Technologies, Inc.
Okay. Resolution number R 2024-63 to approve change order with KCI Technologies, Inc. Sam Zamacona, the Public Works Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the Washington Park Design Services Agreement with KCI Technologies, Inc., formerly Keith and Schnars, PA, for enhancements to the design plans and bidding assistance, increasing the budgeted amount by $174,910, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Okay, Mr. Zamacona.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. The item in front of you is a request to increase the sign cost for Washington Park for $174,910. And our consultant is here for you tonight, in case you have any questions. The scope or the purpose is coordination. It is efforts revisiting project design, program elements, additional meetings, coordination, and presentations related to project schedule adjustments, increased community outreach, and new city staff. The supplement also accommodates changes required for new Florida Building Code 8th edition. Additional shade structure for playground, off-site exfiltration trench, and to restore Tax 7 bidding assistance previously deducted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, public comment.
Please come forward if you'd like to speak on this item.
Okay, let the record reflect no one came forward.
Someone's coming.
You want me to open it up again?
No, he's coming.
Okay, Mubarak Azan. I recalled when the Commissioner J. Charnoff was the acting mayor, or the vice mayor. Yeah, acting mayor. And we asked about the redesigning because some people from Washington Park came and said the initial talks when they had the Parks Master Plan was 2 stories. So we asked how much the design would cost, the redesign. And they said something like $1 million. And I think it would take like a year to redesign. And the acting mayor then said, well, might as well do it now because the study going to keep coming up telling us about this 2-story. Finally, when they made it presentation a few months ago, they says that I see it as a 1-story. So did we actually pay it? Oh, and the excuse was that we couldn't afford the 2-story. So did we actually pay the $1 million on that? I mean, I could build a huge building for $1 million. So we did not. The city manager shook his head, no, we did not. How much did we pay?
The total design cost through the mayor. The total design cost with the change order to meet existing Florida Building Code would be, which is a requirement by Durham, would be a $1.2 million design.
1.2 million. He's gotten like $3 million. Tonight I'm here, we could get a $5 million.
15 seconds.
You know, I mean, that thing is long overdue, man. I should have finished by now. 2022, I heard that in October, we were going to turn shovel. Now it's, you know, it's May of 2024. Nothing happened. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. My name is Ketley Wakim, a member of the Voters Council. Washington Park can't wait. We need to get this thing done. And I concur with what Mr. Kazan said. The original plan was for 2 stories. Now, we're going to take what we get, but we need to move on it. And we cannot be spending money left and right and not get anything done in Washington Park. So let's see how fast we can move and get this thing moving. Especially, you see how hot it is out there? Oh, we got to get this thing going. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Let the record reflect no one came forward and public comment is closed. Anything from the commissioners on this? Commissioner Smith?
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's patience. I didn't have a lot of time to go over everything with the manager this time. I have the total amount as $1,279,000 $1,606,000. Is that correct? $1,279,000. This is one of the ordinances where you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. But I just want to reflect on one thing that I've got folded here. Additional consultant, additional lump fund for their services is $21,240. Okay, so when you look at it, it's consultant fee for this service, and the service is for additional bi-weekly meetings, coordination of meetings occurring for 16 weeks in anticipation, $10,800. And the city will be responsible for providing general conditions, bid notice, and instructions to bidding, procurement on bids, advertising.
Thank you.
And at the end, consultant's fee for this service should be billed on an hourly basis for an estimated of $33,500. I have to bring it up. Mr. Manager, you weren't here, but that was the biggest outcry of the water plant. The biggest outcry was that we were getting gouged for meetings. Because when you have a plan like this, why aren't there meetings? Washington Park has to get this complete. And yet, I feel like every time we turn a page, it's another $100,000, it's another $174,910. I just don't understand how we negotiated this. Is there any explanation you can give me how we negotiated $33,000 for more consulting and $10,000 for meetings? Could somebody just give me an explanation?
Commissioner, typically when you go through and you procure any of these designs, the various different tasks that are associated with the project are broken down, and the estimates are provided for the scope of work in all those categories. And so in the category from the 2018 supplement design services, the coordination was for bi-weekly, right? And so they're breaking down what that cost on those bi-weekly meetings would account for, which was that $10,800. The bidding assistance, what their scope of what it would cost to be able to assist the city to go through all that. These aren't just, hey, we're going to send an email and we're done. These are a lot of hours with a very complicated project that needs to be done. The change order is to meet existing Florida building code, which we have to build regardless. We're not exempt from it, from meeting Florida building code. And so making those comments that we're required to do the permitting, all of those different categories are separated. They're, instead of just saying, hey, it's a 174, the 174 is broken down into the individual coordinations, which account for the hours that the consultant has. These are multiple people, multiple professions, multiple disciplines to be able to get everything done that essentially comes down and breaks it down into the various categories.
You know, I would hope in the future, when we start contracts that are $1 million, that a lot of that is in that original contract. Because that was, whoever was here during the water plant knows what I'm talking about. How that to use our facilities, they were charging us by the hour to have a meeting in our facilities. So, you know, this is where you're damned if you do and damned if you don't, because that kind of thing really is raw. And I would like to feel good about my vote, and yet you can't vote no for Washington Park, because by the time it really gets built, I won't even get to see it. Well, at the rate we're going, I'll be 102.
We're still anticipating the shovel. The project timeline hasn't changed from when we reported it.
Okay, any other comments? Okay.
So it says the design is not complete. Is the design complete now?
No, ma'am. We received comments back from Durham at the county that required revisions to the design, and the change orders to make those revisions to be in compliance with the comments received.
So that's potentially another change order per se, right? To accommodate for the new updates that need to be provided, right?
That's what this is for.
Oh, this is what this is for. So once that's done, then the design will be complete. Is that fair to
And
say?
we go into the permitting and then the bidding for the construction service.
Okay, so this is the last step into keeping so the timeline you said is still to date?
Yep.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
Okay. All right, motion?
Second.
Okay. And then on this one, we will just need a voice
No.
vote, right? Yep.
Voice vote.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Okay.
Move to introduce
11.8.
resolution number R2024-64, fund balance policy document.
Resolution number R 2024-64, Fund Balance Policy Document from the manager. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, repealing resolution number R 2012-37 regarding the city's fund balance policy and adopting a new fund balance policy consistent with Governmental Accounting Standards Board, GASB. Statement number 54, fund balance reporting in governmental fund type definitions, and recommended best practices promulgated by the Government Financial Officers Association to establish minimum levels of unassigned fund balance in the general fund, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Okay, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. During the budget season, we went over my recommendation of what would be a healthy reserves and updating our policy that hadn't been updated since 2012. And so what we ended up doing is we partnered with Tri-Merge Consulting to come in and take a look at our fund balance policy, take a look at the best practices since our initial policy was adopted, and do a comparison with other sister cities as well, and to give an evaluation of where we stand with our fund balances. The overall recommendation is to, which I thought was interesting. So the overall recommendation is to move the minimum fund balance from a 10% of revenues, which is the current policy, to a minimum of 20 to 25% of operational expenditures across all government funds. Anything above that range could be used for CIP. And the interesting component that they recommended is that by having the range between 20 to 25%, it gives the city and the commission flexibility as to where we want to be during our budget session, in case some years might be leaner, some not so, some we might be able to go all the way up to the 25. Things are going on, it's actually going to be better for us to leave it at 20. And then if at any time there's anything above that, then it goes into the CIP project to continue to move the projects forward. I think one of the main concerns that Commission had during our conversation when it came to fund balances, or in layman's term, the reserves, is that we didn't want to see those funds stagnate there when we had so many CIP projects that we were trying to move forward and they wouldn't move forward, yet that account just continued to grow. And so I think this strikes a good balance to be able to continue to use any of those type of revenues for our CIP while maintaining a healthy balance. You have various documentations in the back that are several pages long, from various charts, the overall study. One of the key aspects that I want to kind of point out of this is that we are going to we've already begun conversations of how do we continue to move our CIP program and the various other studies and things that the city had been looking at for many years, whether it's the Parks Master Plan, how we improve our PD, how do we improve our libraries, how do we improve our parks, how do we improve City Hall, and all the other type of projects that we're trying to accomplish. Some of those, we need to become more strategic in how we're going to fund those long-term. And one of the things that we're doing, which the city doesn't really have, is we're rebuilding, like almost every department, we're rebuilding something, right? So we're rebuilding a 5-year CIP program. The way that the city currently operates is that we just get a bunch of requests in 1 year, and it's not always looking at, oh, well, this is what I'm going to need 5 years from now. And so as we're building, which is actually a requirement for the city to have, as we're doing a proper build out of that CIP, coming back to you once that is done and we know what that number will look like, whether it's 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, whatever those numbers will look like for a CIP program, a conversation you all should have from a policy perspective is, do we go for financing of those projects? How much should we finance those projects? What type of financing, whether it's loans, whether it's state appropriations, whether it's a GO bond, all of those conversations are tools and resources that are available to you and the city to move these things forward, but we haven't really been able to accomplish that. The reason why I bring all that up, it is because rating agencies, when they're going to see what's the credit worthiness of the city to pay back any type of loan or bonds, they look at what your recent financial policies are, right? And so they want to see, is it up to date? Is it new? Are you having a healthy fund balance? And they look at these and they give higher marks to the entities that have these sound fund balance policies when issuing ratings and that they're managed appropriately. So being a little bit stricter in our fund balancing will actually help us save money in the long term as we look to finance a lot of these projects moving forward.
Okay.
That's the Cliff Notes of it. Yeah, right?
All right, so let's, just to kind of keep in order here, we should probably do our public comment. So, Madam Clerk.
If you wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Seriously.
Mubarak Hassan. Fund balance. Yes, the city manager did repeat what he said during the budget time. I'd like to get Commissioner Smith's attention as well.
Commissioner,
And
every word, I promise.
and I wanted to know if that 20 to 25%, everybody's looking at the phone, doodling. Come on, please. Please, really.
I can multitask.
Sure.
Watch. You want to see me do jumping
And
at the same time? Because I could.
could this 20 to 25% be achieved without the ARPA funding? Right now, I think we had like about $16 million in ARPA funding. Balance. After the old city manager left, the new one came, we had about $16 million in reserves. Then we had a $38 million in the water plant balance. That is monies we did not borrow, monies that was accumulated in the water plant. And that money, to me, my opinion, that should be thoroughly investigated how it was spent. Because in less than a year, it went whoop, and we can't see it. One meeting, the PUC director, Bruce Lamberto, asked, well, how much money was expended? And they said $15 million. 2 meetings after, the $23 million just went, oh, all is gone. And that's why I wanted Commissioner Smith to be here, because it's supposed to have been in an escrow account that when they completed the jobs, only then they get paid. But it seems, in my opinion, that the job was paid even before it was completed. Now I heard a lot of rusty pipes and all sort of things we having to do by Sunny Isles, like almost nothing was done with this $38 million. So whilst we're doing with the P-card investigation by state, we should also do an investigation of the $38 million. Where this fund went. This was extra monies that we did not have to borrow. And, whatever things you have here, I hope it does not hurt the city. But I just wanted to bring that point up. $38 million. Some people call it the $40 million. Some people call it the $38 million. But it was to do the $270 million 5-year expansion project that we had that boiled down to 5 years, $106.5 million expansion, almost half the money we got from WIFIA funding. Almost, yeah. You were in the council as well at the time. I know, but pay attention to that $38 million that I talk and insist that we get a forensic audit done in the $38 million, how it was spent, and let's see exactly what they had done for that, because there are some figures I can't believe what they were telling us at those meetings. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Okay, let the record reflect no one else came forward and public comment is closed. Anything from the commissioners on this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Oh, you did? Go ahead.
Ladies first.
Thank you. So the first question was, what's the unassigned fund balance that we have currently? Do we have those numbers?
Yes, ma'am. Currently, we are at about 19 point, and I think Sophia's here, 19.5 million.
And that's just general. What about the enterprise funds?
Okay, so,
Come up to the mic, please.
hello, Mayor, Commissioner, Sophia Taylor. So the fund balance policy addresses only the general fund, governmental funds. So for the water department fund balance, I don't have that figure with me because we're still completing our FY 2023 audit, so that number is not audited or totally finalized. So we can get back with you with the water fund balance. But as it stands, our unaudited general fund unassigned is at 18.8.
All right.
Currently, yes.
Thank you.
And then the emergency fund balance for like natural disasters and stuff, I believe it's at $3 million.
It's still at $3 million.
We're looking to increase that amount through a state program that would actually, it's called FROC, and essentially the state, if you qualify, which is, we're starting that process now, the state would front up to $8 million. Instead of making it reimbursable, they give it to you up front.
Okay, so I'll just mention the ask that I have that I would love for you guys to bring back to us at a later time. I'll start off with some of the residents mentioned, like the manager said that we're broke and so on and so forth. Obviously, not with a 19 million unassigned fund balance. I doubt that's the word that we should be using. I did want to find out our efforts as it relates to liens and water fees recovery. Where are we with that? I think you've provided a report for us in the past of where you guys are with recovery.
Yes. So I can answer those questions. Essentially, the difference is that, to the gentleman's point during public comment, in order to have a structurally balanced budget during the budget year, we moved many of our CIP projects to be covered through ARPA. And as we're using some or not fully not fully using some others, we'll be coming back to you for reallocations, I believe next month, if I'm not mistaken. With regards to the liens, the direction that staff received at the workshop was to come back to the commission with a policy that would allow for, especially on the code violations, an amnesty program. And so we're working on that program I've kicked it back to staff and they've been revising it. We hope to be able to circulate that to you prior to the June Commission meeting as well, or at least bring it as a discussion item at the June Commission. As part of the lien, we're looking at a couple different options for the lien recovery on any of them, whether it's code, water, or sanitation. There's a different mindset when you look at that. If you just do an RFP for a collection agency, collection agencies are ruthless and how they treat the customer and what they're trying to do. And I don't, as your city manager, I don't like the idea of hiring a collection agency to go after the liens. And so some of the things that we've been investigating is there are a segment of attorneys that do this a little bit different than what a collection agency would do. And so we've been doing our homework and trying to see exactly what that would look like, what other cities have hired these type of attorneys to do those lien collections on theirs, and if what are the pros and cons in comparison to a collection agency. So once we're able to get that and actually have a recommendation of which way to go, then we would be bringing back to you, but we're doing that in a meaningful way, understanding that many on those liens are our residents, our customers, not only tenants, but long-term residents as well, that may have come down on hard times. So we're taking a mindful approach to this, not just trying to rush something through.
Sure. So the numbers of what's outstanding, I would love to share with my colleagues if you can generate some kind of report. I also wanted to know what was the status of the impact fees for the library. I know that some of the commissioners had mentioned wanting to start the process to add that in our.
Yes, you all authorized a contract, and they have already started the process. The first major study on the various fees is the water fees that we need to have completed to make sure that we meet our regulatory requirements with our base water fees. The other fees that are being taken a look at is to be able to add an impact fee for libraries, public art, transportation, and then we would be looking at the various code fees and building fees to make sure that we're being competitive within the market.
And the reason I'm asking is because when you're saying you want to increase that fund balance to a 25%, obviously there has to be methodology for us to be able to bring in more into the bank, right, if you will. So that's why I kind of want to know what your thoughts are in increasing the fund balance, but also making sure that we're able to add to that through whatever methodologies the city has to.
Yeah, the good news is in the last budget, Commissioner, I'm trying to remember who asked the question, but the question was asked, like, what percentage would the 19 million pose on our recommended budget? And I believe that was like a 27 or 28%. So we're meeting that requirement right now. What this policy ends up doing is it pre-establishes the range between 20 to 25. It doesn't prevent us from using the funds. So if we have, whether it's litigation, whether it's, hey, there's a really important project that comes out that we need to fund it, or we're not receiving the ad valorem revenue that's anticipated, and there's a big difference like a housing market crash, it's not preventing the use of that, but it is putting into policy and committing the city to start replenishing those funds within a certain amount of time, again, to maintain those reserves as may be needed for those rainy days, right? So it's not just use the money and hopefully one day we'll get more, but it's with the intent of making sure we have a long-term financial resiliency plan and sustainability plan.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
You mentioned the fact that we have these outstanding balances. I remember a while back that a lot of these delinquent bills were tied to like construction companies that would use water, or like these big developments that would be late in payment. Like I think. One thing to be aggressive to our residents, another to be aggressive to a business owner that has more of a nuance and understanding of that. They're taking advantage of the fact that that we won't be as cutthroat as we need to be. And I think that has to be taken into consideration. I understand what you're saying, that from a legal standpoint, certain like our residents, that's we serve them. But I do see companies, certain construction companies, I could say Suffolk or whatever, right? That could possibly be utilizing to do construction here and there and be delinquent in fees or whatever, and then not know, if they've done it in the past, they kind of feel like you're not going to come after us anyways.
Excellent point.
And I remember a bill like that. I remember seeing something like this happened about 4 years ago, and I was looking up for all the delinquent. I saw a construction company. I'm like, why haven't we sued these guys up to wazoo? Because it's like you've already used it. It's like you can't say you didn't use it. You can put liens on all their properties around the county or wherever you can get an action put on them. They're going to pay that regardless, but they know that we have a very soft approach and that we're not as aggressive as we should. And I think the first people we should go after is those construction companies, those businesses that know better. I understand we have to take a different approach to our residents, but I think that there should be a two-tier system here.
Okay.
Very clear. I don't think we should one size fits all. That I do know. Yes. The other issue I had is regards to how, as one of our other commissioners pointed out, that there was this perception that we were bankrupt, that we were broke, that all this money went away somewhere somehow. And you have commissioners or people that on this dais that would like to do certain projects, that are advocating to do certain projects, and then on the same breath, we're hearing from staff that we're broke, and it's kind of like it's a catch-22. Like, how come we broke, but we could do X, Y, and Z? And I just want, and just for the people that are watching, just so our residents, it looks like we're being deceptive, because we're asking to do X, but they're saying, well, the money's not there. Why are you doing this? Or why hasn't this project moved forward, and this project's going to move forward? The equity is not there. It's not being made clear.
Yeah, and I think we've had the conversation along several times throughout the year, but the soundbite is always easy to remember.
Yeah, because
the actual
they
explanation.
broke. They remember
and
that.
So again,
if we may, Mr. Manager, me and you, we have a good relationship, but that soundbite was coming from the fourth floor.
I'll re-explain it. Again, we had a structurally, and this is where you're going to say, but it's the actual technical definition. We had a structural deficit within our budget in which we had less revenue coming in than the expenditures that the city had on there. And there was a lot of different areas that caused that. How we overcame that, is the recommendation of moving the CIP projects and several other items out of the general fund into other enterprise funds. Some of those enterprise funds were moving, for example, our trolleys that had, and our freebie that had a line item in parks, moving it into CITT. So that relieves part of that expenditure. Other is using a large amount of ARPA that we were lucky to do so that the conversation wasn't even harder. We moved a lot of our CIP into ARPA eligible categories. That, with smoothing over the police pension and other items like that, is what gave us the structurally balanced budget in which we accounted for $67 million of revenue coming in for fiscal year 24, and we've accounted for $67 million of expenditures for fiscal year 24. There are certain priorities that the commission has made and commitments to level of service for the city, but that also comes with certain limitations of what can or cannot be done within the budget. We don't have, we don't have, like in other cities, 30, 40, $50 million in the reserves so that any idea that pops up, we can just throw the money at it. We don't have that luxury at the moment. there's also certain commitments that the commission has made to get us into a much better financial sustainable model, which is going to be in large part right now with the increase of density in certain areas. Those increase of density comes into more ad valorem revenue, which is going to help alleviate. But as we know in what we've talked about earlier, we cannot depend on ad valorem revenue by itself. We need to diversify that revenue stream as much as possible. And we have a pretty good start, and the city has had for quite a while. What we need to do is really take advantage of the various state and federal appropriations, the various grants, really make a concerted effort, because as we've seen, for a little bit of money, what we can get in return is so much greater. And I'm not the math genius to be able to tell you it's X percent of ROI on the vendor for our advocate in the federal between the 5 million and the 93,000. But that is the type where we need those monies to help offset a lot of the expenditures, which would then relieve further burdening on the ad valorem, and we can really take advantage. The other aspect is that you all have committed to is investing in our economic development of the city and ensuring policies that are going to bring further businesses, which means more sales tax, which means other types of tax revenues that is going to contribute to the general fund that isn't reliant on the ad valorem. And so all of these are opportunities for us to take advantage. Are we declaring bankrupt? No, and I've never said that we're declaring bankrupt, but we were in a position in which we were receiving less revenue than what we had expenditures, and we had to make a readjustment on that. We faced a lot of different charges that the city didn't have to face in years prior. The investment from police pension was a big pressure point that we were able to relieve.
And to that point, because, and this is to Mr. Kazan, because he brought this issue to me, that during that time, like last year, we brought up the fact that we're in a deficit because of the pension of like, what was it, like 9 million, I forget, 7 million?
It was, we were short $8 million to meet the minimum funding requirement.
Yeah, so that, I don't think that conversation has come, at least an update that said that this is how we took care of it, and letting the community know that this is how it happened. I don't, because he's still saying like whatever happened, his response to me is like whatever happened to that deficit of the pension of the pension.
We've explained it, and I've even put it in writing to him that explains it. Essentially, what we ended up working with the pension fund, and I'll repeat it, is the ordinance and the resolution and the way that the pension fund works is over a course of 3 years, we need to be able to fund the pension at a minimum of 70%. And so in this prior year, we were short $8 million above the regular 6.x amount million that we regularly contribute year over year. What we ended up doing is we contributed $7 million and an additional $2 million injection into the pension fund. With the returns that we were receiving to date, that smoothed over and said, by year 3, you should be, if the investment continues to grow the way that it's growing, by year 3, you'll have your 70, and so that is now resolved. We no longer have the shortfall because we're meeting all the requirements. So that additional $2 million that we injected last year in hard cash is what stabilized and said, okay, we're good to go. Now, what we're looking at for this upcoming budget is what did the rest of that year and those returns look at, and are we going to be funded again, or are we going to be short? I can tell you that right now in a memo that I've provided, we're doing much better than where we were last year at this point, but we're not doing as great as what we hoped. And so that is going to be another opportunity that we're going to be working with the pension fund to be able to, again, what it's called smoothing over that process. So instead of saying, hey, we need to inject $8 million all at once, we can do it over multiple years and being able to do that.
And these are my last two comments. One, we all know that we potentially, and like I got to make sure that I'm not crossing lines from our city attorney, right? We have pending litigation in regards to our water, right? That's going to be at least, could be potentially a lot of money.
Yes, sir.
A lot of money. And I need at least from you, I need an explanation for you to present and to prepare, depending on how we mitigate that issue, that the community will be able to understand and then to grasp, and how we're going to resolve that shortfall, whatever that amount may be. Because it looks like it's coming sooner rather than later, and I like I said, I want to cross any line or what have you, but I know it's a...
So it doesn't prevent the use of it, but it does say you need to plan to replenish that amount for a later time.
And the last comment is we do have a resident came up here not too long ago, Ms. Jeeves from Eastern Shores. And she pointed out something that is that we've been accounting a certain type of way of like how we're subsidizing our waste management program, mostly because we're subsidizing on the backs of our multifamily units.
Yes, sir.
To account for our residential units. And to me, like, it's about the equity aspect of it all, you know? And I know that depending on how we account, we could come up with a more equitable way of doing it. But it's when you really do listen to her argument, or and the collective argument of people that have this particular situation or whatever, it really is unfair. It is kind of unfair. I can understand.
I'm not disagreeing.
I just
want to
say,
point
hey,
out.
the multifamily is transient or what have you, but a lot of these people have been there for years.
Not saying any of those, where I just wanted to remind to your point.
And I know the rate study's coming. Coming.
That's separate. What I wanted to point out is, remember, going into this current contract from waste management into coastal, the city was at a deficit of like $7 million because of the years of extensions with waste management before coastal came on board. And so to account for that and to keep the rates low on the residential side of the contract, the commercial and multifamily has a higher not surcharge.
Just all right.
Yeah, it's like a surcharge, impact fee surcharge, that is not only helping to keep the single-family rates low, or what is considered normal, but also to fund that gap of that $7 million, which I think we're down to about 4 now.
Think we're close to 4 million.
Yeah.
Yes, because
So
each year
there's still that
everybody
shortfall.
is down.
I agree that we should have something more equitable if that's the policy the commission wants to take, but that's going to probably substantially increase on the residential side.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying, like, it's an argument that they have, and I know that depending on how the rate
completely understand,
how the rate started comes back, if we could have like different tiers to make it more equitable. But like I said, I understand the argument. It's very clear that they really are being wrote on.
Yeah.
So that's just my thought, and I guess we'll wait for the budget season and the rate study to come back to assess that. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I know you had asked me a question, and we got sidetracked quite a bit, Vice Mayor.
Because Commissioner's on. And then Commissioner Joseph went. And now...
Do you want to go first? That's fine.
Well, I mean, you're the senior statesman. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. All right, Mr. Manager. I love the aggressiveness that you're moving forward with this, and I think it's a great program to do. My only concern is that in doing it, and again, it's not a concern because at any time we can undo it. This body can undo it. So if we're at 25% for say, that's a great position to be in, and for bond rating, we need to be there, we need to have that. But how does that then affect us when we negotiate with our unions? and our two unions see that we have a $25 million budget, treasure chest sitting there, and we're telling them that we can't afford to give them 6 more cars or another cop or whatever. How do we handle that?
Luckily, so far, we've had really great relationship with our unions, and a lot of what we've been speaking of in the investment that this commission and my administration has been working for is really catching up on a lot of issues and requests that even they've had, right? And so one of the big investments that the commission has made is in the greatest resource that the city has, which is our human capital. And so we've been lockstep with our unions as to being able to invest that. And they understand that what is good for the city is not always getting everything you can the very first time you ask for it, but being able to say, okay, we know what is good for the city. We know how this can benefit the city, and making sure that we keep overall costs low and we can move forward, because it's not just about what the unions can get, but also the services for our residents, right? And so because we've had really great partners on both the general and our police, I think they understand the importance of having those reserves, because when a city or any government starts going through the years 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, it wasn't really until 2012 where cities really started to recover from that type of crash that we had. Having a healthy reserve can help spread that impact over multiple years, as opposed to, okay, well, a lot of stuff has happened. We're really short. We're going to have to go to the very top of the millage rate, where during that time, there's a lot of residents that may not have employment. And so it becomes what I like to call a death spiral of, you can't make this improvement because you don't have this, but then what you need to get there, you won't be able to get that either. And so just having a healthy policy and making sure that we maintain with the best practices, and we constantly look at this, and we're not waiting 10 years to make any type of revisions. We got to do this on a regular basis to make sure, hey, does this still meet our needs, and is this still the best practice? That's important. Does it still meet best practice? I mentioned that because it did not pass, but in the legislation, there was a movement to put on a charter, a constitutional change during elections to get rid of ad valorem property taxes. That would have completely changed how all municipalities and local government works. And so if we're not updating these things, then we're going to be at a very severe disadvantage when we need to be down the road.
Yeah, I don't think your point's a real major concern, because, the stability is an important thing, and unions are sophisticated enough to realize that kind of thing. So,
Right. Well, and this will be my final note. It's very refreshing that we have a city manager that wants to put more money away and wants to deliver services still and give a better service to our community. So I think it's a win-win, and I think we're in good shape.
Okay, cool. Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to kind of side by side the fund balance that we're referencing here, right, which is, we're talking unassigned, right?
Unassigned.
Okay.
Correct.
So we're talking 20 to 25%. We're talking unassigned, and then we have this policy that we approved a few months ago that was considerate of our capital improvement projects. So with the unassigned, if we want to keep it between 20 and 25, my question would then be, over a 2 or 3 year period, if it's at that number, obviously, as Commissioner Chernoff said, we can always change it. But at what point do we look at those funds and say we're going to allocate a portion of it towards capital improvement? So if in year one, we're at 25, all right? So we've met that number. So at what point are you looking at this on a yearly basis?
Yes, sir.
How often, unless I probably missed you saying that, I apologize. I probably missed you saying that.
No, but it's.
Yeah, if you can
to make sure that
reiterate
we stay-
how it kind of
Yeah.
cross-references.
So on a yearly basis, while we do our budget.
Or maybe you answered the question after,
After my 20-minute speech?
Right, and I.
No worries. Yes, on a year-to-year basis, as we're doing our budget cycle, we'll be able to kind of point out where we are with the fund balance and then what we're putting together for the CIP. Remember, I mentioned how we are having to reconstruct a capital improvement program, not just an individual project. And that program will then be able to come back to you all, and you'll see not only for fiscal year 25, but what 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30 would look like. And that is how we're able to say, hey, on this year, we're going to have to dedicate more money into the CIP to reach the projects. And the year after, we can reduce the CIP allocation because now we have actual projections of what it looks like, as opposed to the way that it's been working right now. Here's all the projects we kind of want.
So I guess in addition to that, the clarity that I'm looking for, in addition to what you just said, is, are you saying that the current CIP as we have it now do you foresee that relying on any unassigned fund balances within the next few years? Or are you saying that once we implement this particular policy, that new projects coming online may be able to tap into those excess dollars? That's really the question that I have.
That's a great question.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And with that, we're going home.
That's really where I'm going with this.
No,
Right.
yeah, okay. I understand. I think that you will have the best recommendation that we can make with the situation that's in front of us. And that might, for this year, for example, it might say, hey, we're going to do the fund balance at 20%. Okay, not the 25, but we're gonna go down to the 20. And because we have these major projects, like what we're facing now, where we have the commitment for Washington Park, we want to be able to use whatever additional capacity that we would have had, because maybe it's not 25, maybe we would have had 22% or whatever that could be. We want to allocate that above the 20 into this specific project. That could be a possibility, right? But I don't have that crystal ball to be able to tell you this is exactly where we'll be today. I can give you that as we make that presentation over the summer for that balance, and we know what kind of revenue is actually coming into the city. We're anticipating a growth, probably not a huge growth from one year over to the next, because the housing market did kind of settle a little bit, although Miami-Dade was in a much better position than other parts of the country. So we are anticipating a growth, but this does give us the flexibility of not having to go to 25 and then move that money to CIP. That range gives us the ability year over year to say, okay, this is what's going to be best for the city this year.
As it stands, any of our current CIP projects, well, I guess, do we have that list? Perhaps you have that list you can share with us as to which projects are currently partially funded versus fully funded? Or if you've sent it to us over the past year.
We can resend, and we'll be bringing, because some of those projects, we're going to be asking to reallocate certain funds within the CIP that are ARPA funded, so that we can expand on some programs that have grown, some that we've noticed, okay, we can actually change directions on. So we'll be bringing you that list as well for all of those projects.
Yeah, okay. Because I just wanted, because I see how those two issues kind of join together.
Yes.
But I think
ultimately, I think the best thing for the city ultimately is to get the CIP out of the general fund budget. And the easiest way to do that, I say it's easy, but it's overly complicated. the easiest way to do that is to go out for a bond for the CIP, right? It's a referendum that the city will vote. We make our case of why we want to do all of these park improvements, why we want to do all these infrastructure improvements, not necessarily with water, but it could include water, and it can just be a bigger number. But it depends on where you as policymakers will feel comfortable. Do we want to do a $60 million bond to go after just for parks and the theater and those type of facilities, or do we want to do a $200 million bond? And that gets paid directly separate from general funds over 30 years. So going out and what that number looks like, we're trying to put that program together so that we can have that intelligent conversation of what are the actual needs of the city.
Okay, yeah. Every time I drive through Miami Gardens, I see what's happening over there.
They have it.
With their parks.
Yep.
And so they're able to move so much more quicker or quickly when it comes to these projects. You're just seeing them happen back to back.
They have the master plan, they have the funding, they have the bonds, they have the revenue coming in, they have the density revenue coming in. They're getting a lot of money for sales tax, not just ad valorem. So the good part of being a new city is that you can move very quickly on those when you have that kind of vision to get there, where we're trying to upgrade legacy systems while also thinking of future and getting new systems all together.
Right.
Which makes it a little bit harder, but we can definitely be there.
Right. Yeah, I just want to see this particular policy affect new change, right? So that's that's where I see this policy really doing the most, is affecting new change. Because when you turn around and you say, okay, well, we did this and we put this much away, but we're dipping into it for things that were already on the back burner for so long, right? Some people may not fully understand how it's actually being effective, right?
For me, I think the greatest benefit of this policy is the positive marks that we'll get when we do go for the credit rating for the city.
Good.
I know the water has credit rating and they have a good
All right.
but the city doesn't.
Have we beat this up enough, or we still need to beat it up a little more?
Well, I mean, this is a very, very, very important topic.
I get it.
Excuse us if we're a little bit, philosophical on this matter,
He
but
crossed his legs.
This is where, remember I said I geek out about these
Did
things?
the library get the generator, by the way?
I'm sorry?
The library needed something. Did they recently get it? Was it the AC?
We've got that vendor already starting to work on the electricity and for the AC and for those improvements.
Okay.
I call the question.
You ready?
Commissioner Smith.
Okay, so first and foremost, when you have that fund, who gets to determine when and where it goes? Can you determine that just one meeting, 1 week with your staff that you need to move $3 million and not bring it to
You mean
council?
from reserves? No, that's a budget amendment, and that is done, recommendation from the staff, but you all have to vote on that.
Okay, that's the most important thing, because we've seen in the past how it can be changed or used, and we want to make sure that there is layers of responsibility, not just a department. But on page 2, it says North Miami. So I don't know if the 52 million was referring to the other city or it was just an error. But when you look at what the consultant did, we would be going from 11 million to almost 16 million. I think we should preface it and make it very clear whether it's going to be 20% or 25. I don't think that should be open-ended, because if you look, this is what the consultant wrote. The consultant wrote on page 6, the last sentence, projected fund balance. Given these assumptions, any significant increase in the projected fund balance seems unlikely in the foreseeable future. They also wrote that we won't have they're not anticipating any additional revenue. Well, we have projects that are closing, so I don't know. This consultant is giving us the negative news why we should vote no. And that's what's got me a little not understanding. And some of the things that they're telling you that there's a reason you should vote yes with your staff, really and truly substantial capital and infrastructure investments and delays of service delivery and all this, that comes under the manager. If there's delays in service deliveries, that's you and your staff. That doesn't, and again, on page 5, number 5, capital improvement planning, the lack of structure, planning, and clear, consistent communication has introduced significant challenges to the city's workflow, affecting its ability to meet the projected milestones efficiently. Well, that's under the manager. So, again, I'm yin and I'm yang. I listened to what everybody said, and it gives me clear guidelines to be negative from the consultants. Setting fund balance targets too high can lead to inadequate and insufficient funding for essential services and infrastructures. Well, that's one thing we don't want to have a problem with. We don't want to, we have 100% been low-lining a whole time for the residents. We might have to supplement, if you have this water study, we might have to supplement the water bills for some residents. So nobody brought this up. I don't know who read the study, but it was in our packet. And I find the study is telling me not, if we're going to do it, maybe it should be 15%. But certainly it shouldn't be a range of 20-25%. Let's determine what we want to do. If it's 40%, I just think it has to definitely be definitive.
Commissioner, I have a question for you.
But there is a page that shows you the pros and the cons as well, so that she highlights both.
But I think even in the discussion about no additional revenues, I think that actually substantiates the reasoning behind the increase in the unassigned fund balance. It's to me, I mean, what it's saying is, let's say you do have to make up the difference with pension. If you don't have something in reserves already for the past couple of years, it may be even harder for you in that particular fiscal year to meet that requirement.
Well, it's very interesting because when they had the cost of when we had the hurricane was $4 million and change, and we got actually maybe $100,000 difference, got everything back from FEMA. And I agree that fund balance is so important. I agree that we need to be able to cover expenses that could come or expenses that are shortfalls, and where would we get it? But at the same time that I'm saying that, I'm also saying I am going to ask that we buy that lot. I'm going to see that Washington Park gets built. I'm going to see that the splash pool gets put in. So all that takes revenue. Just the fact that they're giving us a report that we're not expecting new revenue is scary. Then if we're not expecting new revenue here, we're doing something wrong, period. So, I mean, if you look at the facts, I think we need to definitely, if you feel that it needs to be increased, but maybe it should be increased by 15 or 20, and that would be the cutoff. We can always come back to us. You can always come back to us both ways.
Yeah, I mean, the range is set by you on a year-to-year basis, depending on what is happening that year. And so this just gives the overall guidance as to the city's going to be looking between this range and depends on what's happening.
Well, there were 17 cities that they looked at. Only 4 of them had 25%. Wellington and very wealthy cities. So, I mean, I just think, and when you look at actually what the money is spent for, the saddest thing of all, if you look at the chart on page 3 of 3, the library barely even gets mentioned. That's how little we're spending, and yet the library has so much going on with it on Exhibit B. So.
Yeah. So, and to your point, where actually looking at the chart with sister cities, and it's an exercise that we also did during the budget here, the fund balance policy for these cities, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cities that have their fund balance policy at 20% or higher.
20%, but 25
Or higher.
is 4. So 25 is 4. Here's the thing that makes me a little bit asking my colleagues to really have a definitive how much and not have it go to, why would we be number 5 out of 18? Number one. Number two is, if it's going to diminish the quality of life for our residents because the fund balance goes to money where we have a deficit and we need to use it, then we have to up here make decisions that will bring in more revenue. So, and it's funny because one thing relates to another as I sit here and listen to the events. So, I mean, the events, when we want to postpone the events, we want to put a moratorium on the event, but don't forget to come to this, and don't forget to come to that, and don't forget to come to this. This month, this next 2 weeks, you could go to 9 more events.
I've always wanted to find out a question, because it's always mentioned about events. If you take all the events together, I'm not talking about Snowfest, I'm not talking about Mountain Mash, I'm not talking about the big signature events, which are about 4. I'm not taking consideration the Heart Health, I'm not taking consideration Bike 305. When you boil down to it, the events that Commissioner Smith always alludes to is like the ones that are not the signature ones. Do they cross over $1 million? And if they don't cross over $1 million, and we're talking about multi-million dollars, it's like we're looking at a number that really doesn't equate to the overall.
But if they don't cost over $1 million, if they only cost $600,000, don't take away Snowfest, the Thanksgiving baskets, whatever else there is that costs millions of dollars. You're just adding another layer. It's the same thing as anything else. If you keep adding another layer, that's what's happening. We're talking here about deficit in our budget.
I think overall, Commissioner,
I would like to keep it no more than 20%, and if my colleagues would consider even making it 18, which happens to be a good luck number, I would love that too.
Make the amendment.
I make an amendment that we make it no more than 18%, and we can always come back.
I second that.
All right, man. I'll go with it.
Well, 18's good luck.
Just one thing before we do that. Mr. Manager, do you see an issue with that?
my recommendation will stand as what I did in the during the budget. Best practice and what is recommended by GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association, is and how I interpreted that rule, and we've read that rule word for word, is 25% of expenditures. If
So that's what
the
he's-
policy,
that's what he's
the report gives that flexibility between 20 to 25%, which is 2.5 months to 3 months of expenditures. If the policy of the commission is to, even if you want to stay at 10%, we will do the will of the commission. I think overall, part of the reason why I've asked for the strategic plan and the economic plan is because a lot of times we ask for something not fully understanding what the impact of the decision to do something is. And so whether we're requesting a project, whether we're requesting an additional event, all of those have impact, and we have a finite amount of money that we get on a yearly basis. We need to be able to look at these requests on a long-term basis, not just of how it impacts today, but how this decision impacts. A project might only cost us $300,000 today, but it has a reoccurring operational cost of $30,000 to $40,000 to $50,000 or $60,000 on a yearly basis. That, moving forward, now reduces the amount of available revenue that you have year over year. And so if we keep making decisions like that without a long-term goal or plan, which I think these other plans will give us the strategic viewpoint of how we continue to move forward, then that is how we should be approaching, not just on a whim, because then we do have these questions of what is too much and what is too little.
So
I say 20.
That's a motion already. There was a motion.
The motion, there was a second for 18.
For 18, right? Okay.
And one more thing I'd like to say before we vote on the motion is we can always come back. I just know that we relied on it because I was here when we had a very strong expert that we hired for the budget. Does everybody remember the expert that we had for the budget? And when we had that expert, they didn't know where they were finding a dime, and everything kept going back to let's move it here, let's take it there. So let's take a breath and let's see the revenue come in, and let's see. I mean, I get phone calls, I'm sure each one of my commissioners does, that says, take care of the residents, take care of us. And I feel like, listen, between 18 and 20, I said 18 because it's good luck. I said 18 because it comes in. You're saying that, yes, there's 7 of them that are above 20%. Well, the other 10, because there were 17, are below 20%. So I just feel 100% that we need to rethink, and if we're going to do it, we need to have a number, not a range on something like this.
Okay, so we have the motion. Now,
All right, I'd like to speak to it because the manager's asking us between 20 and 25%. I wouldn't undercut the 20 if we're going to cut it to something. I think the manager, we should give him, this is his sword, and let him live by it or die by it. I mean, is he doing what he thinks is best for the city? Absolutely. And that's what we have to remember. Don't say we don't care, any of us care about the residents. We all care about the residents.
To his
the
point,
manager is trying to do what he thinks is best for the longevity of the city.
I have no problem.
and to his point, I think doing an anecdotal like 18 or throwing some number in the air where he gave us a range already, I think we should at least meet his bottom range.
Well, remember, we're 10. We're 10.
I know,
we're doubling it.
All right, so we're we good with 20?
I would be fine with 20.
Is everyone good with 20?
I'm good with it.
I'm 20.
Okay.
So, but she has to admit.
Mr. Attorney, if we agree with 20, then we can move forward, right? We don't need to, what do we need to? Well, I just want to find out.
I make an,
'cause
I amend
before
my,
we
I amended.
discussed this before.
Who did the second?
I rescind my second.
Okay, I amended to be 20.
But
That's fine.
okay, so if we have this agreement here, do we need to actually have a vote?
Yes.
Okay.
So-
Okay.
Let me.
Are we voting on the amendment or are we voting on the item?
Hang on one second.
Okay.
Please. I answered how I would normally proceed on it, but it's the manager's item. Let me ask, Mr. Manager, do you feel that there has to be a specific commission vote, or in the absence of specific vote by the commission, do you feel empowered to move forward with your item, or do you require a vote that sets a particular?
This redoes a resolution that was voted on by the commission and would require a commission vote.
Rescinding would require it, but would setting the exact, the resolution is to adopt a new policy.
I would feel more comfortable with a vote, as that gives me dictation from the mayor.
With that said, Mayor, because the resolution in front of you is to adopt a new policy, but it seems, yeah, but it seems to, well, you're rescinding an old policy from 2012, and you're adopting a new fund policy. The manager is asking that the commission provide specific guidance as to what level it should be set at.
Right.
So I think that in view of the fact that Commissioner Smith has withdrawn her previous motion, the second, Commissioner Jean has withdrawn her previous second, if there is now a motion, did you change yours, Commissioner Smith, to say
I did.
20?
I
So
changed it
there's
to
a motion
20%.
and the same with the second? Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner?
Turn off second.
Okay, so there's a motion by Commissioner Smith. Whatever was said before was rescinded.
Right.
Motion by Commissioner Smith to adopt the new fund policy, but to specify the level at 20%, seconded by Commissioner Chernoff, and that's what's in front of you.
Okay, good. So we've got our motion, we've got our second. Now we just need a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Wait, hang on.
I'm sorry. In view of the discussion you've had and the specifics, it might be better if you just did the poll vote. It'll only take.
We could do a roll call.
All right, roll call.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Smuckler,
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Florimon?
Yes.
Mayor Piper?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Move to approve all the appointments.
Second.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. And I guess we're on discussion items now. And so 15.1 is the vacant lot on 35th Avenue, 164th Street. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let me go back years and years. Commissioner Chernoff will be the only one in the room that will probably remember this. But Robert Taylor, commissioner for maybe 20 years also, 17, 19 years, and was, even when he was no longer commissioner, he was very active at every meeting. He told me his only vote he ever regretted in those 20 years or 19 years was that he did not buy the lot on 35th Avenue and 171st Street in Eastern Shores for a tot lot. Well, now fast forward, and here we are with all of the crime and all of the construction and all of the new amount of people that are going to be living in Eastern Shores. And there's an opportunity. I believe the man that bought the lot recently will even sell it to the city for a very small amount of money over what he paid. Very small. I think he said $5,000. But I can't verify that. I only know that there's a lot. It's not just the lot. It's a perfect location
He said he would sell it?
for that lot to have the substation of a police station. So what David Templer brought forth makes sense in every single direction. One, when they start to develop the shopping center, with all the trucks coming in and out, with all the construction going on, when they start to develop it, there will be a police officer right there if there is not the laws that are going to be in place for how the trucks and the construction could come and go for 10 years. Number two is when the shopping center was brought before us with all the ideas, they wanted to have a substation for the North Miami Beach Police as part of their project. But they were going to charge us rent, and you couldn't see it from the street. You might have been able to if they put it right on 35th Avenue, but right on 35th Avenue, they had a plan for a community center. So this lot is the ideal, really, purchase for North Miami Beach. Now, I want to take it one step further before anybody recognizes that it's another expenditure, another plan to build a building. First place, the boats would be right there. Second place, if there's room, there'd be a little bit of space for tot lot because our tot lot's very small. But we had a picnic there 2 weeks ago, and we must have had over 35, 40 children under the age of 6.
Yep.
So it's a young community, and it was the houses that did it. But the biggest thing of all that I want to share with everybody is the least expensive you can buy a house in Eastern Shores, if you're lucky, that needs to be refurbished is $3.5 million. That person that buys that house is paying $70,000 a year to North Miami Beach. If you buy the bigger houses that are $5 million and $6 million, you're going to be paying over $100,000 annually to North Miami Beach. I think for that kind of money that they're giving to the city in their taxes, they certainly have a right to be safe, or as safe as we can make them. And I think the police station there will be a good deterrent, and maybe even, as somebody said today, save money for the city, because the roving police officer 24 hours a day, 7 days a week could be eliminated. And I feel strongly, and I hope my fellow colleagues will support this, that we should give direction to the manager to purchase the lot. I'm going to make the motion to purchase it, and I hope I'll get a second.
Okay, Commissioner Smucker.
Okay, wait, did I hear correctly that the owner's willing to sell it for 5,000? Is that what you
No,
said?
for 5,000 over what he paid. I'm not sure what he paid.
What did he pay, do we know?
I don't know. I don't know. I think it was $1 million, maybe $1 million. I don't know. I'll look.
I mean, I haven't seen anything like that, shouldn't go more than 1.2, but I don't know.
Well, that would be it.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking. If he paid $1 million, it'd be $1.5 million if he paid
You mean he
Okay,
wants 5,000 or 500,000?
5,000 more than he paid was what I read. I don't even know if it's true.
Well, wouldn't it be the better way of him to, I guess, engage to find out what that exact amount is, as opposed to say, go direct him to just go make the purchase, as opposed to know what the actual numbers we're going to be spending?
We can find out what he
Yeah, I
paid.
mean, I'd like to know if he.
I'd like to know what it is before.
I'd like to know what it is.
Wait, hang on. And then, all right, I'll let the attorney speak first.
Well, I didn't finish
Go ahead.
speaking.
And then I'll tell you what I think. Well,
No, I'm not.
Much as I am loath to interject myself into matters of policy, when you're talking about a real estate purchase, if you absolutely commit yourself to the purchase without knowing price or terms, you
Bad
have
negotiations.
Right.
it's what you might want to do, Commissioner.
I'm going to amend what I'm going to say is I would like the manager to pursue the possibility.
That's what we want to hear. That's what we want to hear.
So,
I'm going to find out what he paid though now.
Much better.
all right, so
I'll second.
okay,
The current owner.
Okay, wait, Commissioner Smucker still.
Okay, so when that roving officer, that was actually my idea that I gave to Mark Einbinder, that he then gave to the committee. So I love the fact that we have the roving officer, which is paid by our tax, the special taxing district.
Do we have the name of the owner currently?
I think that,
No, let me finish the talk.
That's easy.
Okay, so, okay.
That's an easy one.
I don't know, I understand the purpose of having a police station there, but I'm not sure I want a police officer sitting inside a police substation. I mean, what is he going to do in there? If there's no crime going on that day, is he just going to sit there all day and?
it's just because the station's there doesn't necessarily mean that he's sitting there. That would be his base of operations. And, even if you parked there'd be a huge deterrent just parking a police car out there that's not even moving. And if he comes and goes because he gets a call or whatever.
I'd like to see him or her roving around
I would
opposed
agree.
to sitting in there,
Right.
possibly doing nothing, or possibly playing on the computer, or possibly doing some paperwork. I don't know.
I understand.
I do like the idea of a park or a little community center. I don't mind having the idea of maybe parking police boats there, even though I don't know, because I haven't looked at the property, but there's no dock. I don't know if there's any.
You would have to go
seawall.
to the back, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's weird. Like, for you to go to the main inlet, you have to go around.
Yeah, but a lot of the patrolling in North Miami Beach is in that area.
It's not during the
waterfront
inlet,
area
like
that-
where I guess the.
It's in.
They have to patrol the fingers. And
Yeah, it's in all those canals. They have to go
Right.
through this. I don't think that part's an issue. But I mean, there's other things that I think that the
But this is the
manager
cart
should.
before the horse. If we're giving him direction to look into it.
I think we should,
Right.
exactly.
Okay.
We should give him
Well,
direction.
I'm just giving my opinions.
Correct.
I'm just giving my opinions that I'm okay with,
Okay.
if the price is right.
Yes.
But my intention is more for a park, little community center or something. I don't really necessarily want a police officer sitting all there, sitting and possibly doing nothing.
That's a minor detail for later on, I would say.
And I think the concept isn't that. He's not going to be sitting there. That would be a police officer. It's a different thing than the guardhouses. That would be a police officer. It would be a satellite to our police station.
Right, doesn't mean he's there all the
A whole
time.
different ballgame than a man sitting in a building.
So I don't really
Commissioner
know if we
Johnson,
need to
I
have
know
a
you're about ready to
building
make a
there for
motion.
do that.
So you have direction to look into it, manager?
Well, I have a question too in reference to the direction to look into it. Obviously, there's a vision that wants to be implemented on this particular lot. Do we also ask for direction as it relates to the cost behind eventually building something and the whole process of doing that? Or do we just say, okay, like the senior center, it was purchased and then nothing happened, right? So do we say, okay, we want this lot, but not know what the foresight will be for expenditure to actually build something there?
So there's a couple things that we need to kind of look at when we're considering. One is, especially with real estate, if in today's market, if we can find cheap real estate, I think we should take advantage. We do already have a tot lot on the property. Would that be moved over into this new lot? Is that feasible? Quite possibly. Could there be something in which we would work with the owner of the Intercoastal Mall to purchase our land, which ends up swapping the revenue use? There's a lot of different dynamics that we can kind of be looking at. We also need to look at the space of the property to see what could or could not be built there. Is it big enough for
Durham could have an issue with
That's
that.
in the
Yeah, Durham could have an issue.
there's
Durham
a
could
few
really have an issue with that.
there's a few things. So what the direction that I'd like to move forward with your approval is to communicate with the property owner, find out exactly what that would look like, what that would cost, negotiate possibly, bring that back to you all. And then I think there's an opportunity, whether that remains as a community park or if we can use it for a substation or whatever the case may be, then I think we have flexibility, because at the very, very, very worst case scenario, we sell the lot to someone who wants to build a home that increases our taxable value. I don't think we go wrong in any of the conversation, especially if the person's willing to sell it below market value. I think we got to kind of jump on that, and then we can kind of plan out exactly what's going to, because we can be thinking of a substation, but with all the setbacks and the requirements and everything that we have, we might not be able to build a substation because there's parking issues, there's storage issues, how police use that area. Will we require a holding cell? There's a lot that goes into it that I don't know that we have the answer right now.
And this
But I think it's worth us, especially if someone's a willing seller, we need to kind of pursue that. And then we can kind of flesh that out when we have a little bit more time and seeing exactly what it's going to be and what those costs are.
This would be unassigned fund balance purchase?
There's a few different options that we would have to kind of investigate, because part of the development agreement with that property is for, there's language in there, and I would have to see exactly what it says, but I know that they're supposed to give a substation for us, and there's no rent, but we would have to pay for general like HOA fees for general area, and whoever has the best terms, whether it's county, because they're also building a fire station for the county, or us, it would apply to both. And I believe there's language that would say if we decide we don't want it, then they pay a certain amount into the police impact fees, right? So there could be opportunities where, we might use the fund balance right now, but then that gets supplemented again at a later time. So there's a lot of different dynamics. I think first and foremost, we need to know what that number is,
and then you
come
work out the
back to
options.
you all, and then give you the recommendation of how that gets paid.
All right.
So the idea is that as a general, we're generally in.
And there might be ARPA funds
idea.
available.
Right.
Well-
Yeah, brother, idea, but we need to explore what's going on.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
You need a motion. We need
Motion.
a
We
motion.
have a motion
Yeah,
and a second.
I made the motion. But I'll tell you, City Manager, I appreciate you very much recognizing, the thing is, this particular lot, which is not big waterfront, I think 25 feet, so it diminishes the value totally to whoever purchased it. But the second thing is, it's right across from the opening of the mall. And so if we're going to have something for security, you couldn't ask for better. Another 2,000 families, plus a hotel, plus all that, you couldn't have something better. If you feel in the long run you can't have a police station, and you could only have the boat dock for the boat with sticking the dock out, if you vote for that, then we'll just name it the police station dock.
Yeah, I'm not saying that we can. I'm saying we just don't have all the details
No,
to tell you what
actually-
can or cannot be. But I think we should.
Actually, assistant manager and I kind of briefly talked about it and briefly recognized we need piling and there wouldn't be a cell holding and et cetera, briefly. But it came up this week and there hasn't been the time to really explore it.
But we'll go after that and bring that all back to you for consideration.
Okay, call the question.
So we just. all
Not
in
at
favor,
this
say
time.
aye.
Not at this time, Commissioner.
All in favor, say aye, please.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, you got your direction.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, no, thank you. All right, next item for discussion, 15.2, request for a workshop to discuss multifamily parking regulations. I don't know if Ed wants to talk about that, or? Ed, yeah, this is a revised agenda. I don't know that it's actually been posted.
What are we talking
You'll
about?
have to excuse me.
Okay.
What are we
I don't
talking
think
about?
that was our.
Hey, my thing. Clerk.
My apologies, what was the question again?
Request for the workshop for parking
This was
regulations.
mine.
Yes, we would.
What?
Well, let me just make it, so Commissioner Chernoff's going to be leaving the meeting right now. So anything he needs to do, what does he need to do?
Attorneys.
No, he needs to leave. He just, is there any, can he just leave? Okay. Well, he doesn't want to have all the police officers come and arrest him and bring him back in with handcuffs. Okay.
Are
Okay.
we supposed to say we're leaving, like we can't
No,
just
only if they're voting on something, you have to give a
If
reason.
it's during the, like if it's happening at that
No,
moment.
that rule's only for you.
referring to is if there's an item
Okay.
that you would have a
No.
conflict of interest
You
on.
have to say.
You can't just leave
Yeah.
the way declaring the conflict
I
of
mean,
interest.
it wasn't-
But since there are.
It wasn't codified, but we're supposed to remember that thing that
All right.
we're supposed to say
Mr.
that.
Ing,
And,
I am right. Look, he said I'm right.
yeah.
He said I'm right.
all right, can we,
What are you saying, Mr. Mayor?
we have
wanna
a
do a
presenter.
workshop, right?
We have a, no, we have a
Yes, sir,
presenter.
staff is requesting a workshop.
Right. Okay. This is a workshop to discuss multifamily parking regulations.
So you need to vote on that?
So, okay, so please present what the request is.
All right, staff is requesting a workshop with the Mayor Commission on the multifamily parking. We had discussion on bringing an ordinance before, but staff is still uncertain of direction. And given the questions the commissioners had, we are requesting that meeting with you also so that we can run you through the different options in a more in-depth discussion, which will hopefully provide staff with the needed direction to finish that ordinance on your behalf.
Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
Are you requesting this within a certain time frame?
We are requesting this at the commission availability in the next month or two.
I would say sometime in July is probably better.
Yeah, sometime in July.
Right.
Sometime in July. So,
So in the meantime, until July, if a new project comes in, are we putting like a moratorium, let's say, I don't know if that's the right word, in reference to parking, or we're just letting them proceed with as many parking as at 1.5 or whatever it is?
Commissioner, unless you provide direction in the form of a resolution or an ordinance providing for a moratorium, anyone coming in now would fall under existing
Didn't we
rules to be
say,
grandfathered in.
when we first discussed this, didn't we say that any new projects would have to hold on about the parking?
You did at the time, Commissioner, but moratoriums are legally required to have
I don't know if
a time
moratorium is the
frame.
right word. I
Right.
just want to make sure that if a new project was to come forward tomorrow, that the old
Your,
parking wouldn't be allowed, that it would be whatever we decide on at this workshop, or not at the workshop, but at whatever we vote on.
Commissioner, you had a time frame that you had to set as part of that action before that time frame had expired. At this time, unless you go back and redeclare that action and set a specific time frame as required by law, any applicant coming in are subject to existing city rules.
We need, so, Commissioner, are you saying that we need to have this sooner? I would think in June versus July.
We should have had this
Yeah,
6
so I
months
think
ago,
we
but
should probably have a workshop sooner than later, Mr. Mayor.
So anyway, I think there's going to be an issue with some vacations and some people being out and stuff like that.
Okay. I think we had a previous.
There's previous discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Sometime in July.
I would say sometime in July. So I guess if we can have the clerk look into some July dates and then get that put together, if that's agreeable to everybody, do we need any sort of motion or anything, or is directions fine for that? Okay, all right, and then I think we've got one more.
Mayor, I apologize. There's one additional thing that we need guidance on, given Commissioner Smuggler's comment. Do you want to direct staff to bring before you in June a resolution for zoning in progress while you schedule the item in July?
So the point is what would this, what would it be?
A zoning in progress would essentially require any new development to comply with the new rule within that, to the,
Right,
that time
right. So
frame.
if there's something that we could put into place, that if someone brings a project forward, that we'll tell them, you can bring it forward, but whatever that new regulation is, you would have to comply with.
Zoning in progress is a little more complicated, Mayor. I'm just telling you, it's not something that you want to just like try and fall into. You have to really talk about and think about zoning in progress. It's very specific.
So are you suggesting that we just do our July meeting and do what we can? And
No, sir, not a bit. I mean, if there's a need for it, I'm just saying that, you don't just say.
We don't know if any
zoning in progress.
do you know of any
I'll be happy
project
to
that's
get
going to be
with
coming
Mr.
forward in that time period?
We have some pre-application, but they will not likely appear before July. They're slated probably for August for trad at this point, or application. So I do not see a major project on my pipeline.
Right, but someone knowing this or watching this could just run and bring it in tomorrow.
They could, but they have to do a pre-app.
Yeah.
If they're already made.
Mayor, I'm only saying that if, there's a need for zoning in progress, I need to get with Mr. Eng, and we need to talk about it, because it's not something that you just say, oh, let's have zoning in progress, and in fact, you may need some kind of a study in order to do that, and you need, a factual basis for something.
I think the fact that
We didn't put a hold.
You had put a hold of zoning in progress, but Commissioner, zoning in progress had to have a mandated time frame.
So can we do it again? He just said we did it. Why can't we just redo it?
I mean, not knowing what you did, I can't answer that till I find out.
We didn't
what
really
you
do
actually
anything. We
did.
just did it.
Well, I understand you did something, but all I can tell you is I'll be happy to get with Mr. Eng and look into it.
Whatever we did, let's just do it again. It worked.
Well, okay, so listen, we couldn't really vote on anything until the June meeting anyway.
Yeah.
So if it turns out that there is a reasonable way to put that into play and it makes sense, you can reach, maybe then you can reach out to us individually.
Yes, sir.
And then let us know that, and then you can bring it forward in June.
Happy to do that.
Does that work for everybody?
That's the direction.
Okay.
Yeah, but just
All
do
right,
whatever they did before so that it's
So we've got
simple.
direction there, okay.
Thank you.
All right, next, city manager's report.
No, there's.
Nothing?
Mr. Mayor?
Is there another, I'm sorry, yeah, public relations, 15-3.
My question is just information. Because of, like, Mr. Kazan, and I got a couple of emails. I just want to know. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Kazan. I just want to have a report, a breakdown of, because I know we had the services prior with the proposed firm. I just want to know what the firm has done up to this point, and a breakdown that I can be more edified moving forward. Just what the costs were, with the breakdown of services, that whole thing, so I can be better abreast of the situation.
Okay, I can forward you the task authorization, which actually leads to something that I need before we cancel, or adjourn the meeting, not cancel, sorry.
What?
The firm is essentially doing our day-to-day communications for the city, and from graphic designing to media relations to writing, all the stuff that goes on a day-to-day process. Since we are deferring the item, I'd like to request the commission approval, because I've hit my cap on what I'm allowed to do from a procurement standpoint. I'd like permission from the commission to continue to use the firm through the end of June, which would carry us to the item being brought back. That way we don't go an entire month or without any type of service with anything, because we don't have anybody in-house that can do the job.
Here's the thing, like, from what I saw, what somebody told me, the cost for this particular service is like 12 grand.
Yes, sir, 12.5 for the month.
For me, I need to know what, and that's a lot of money, what that entails, because we had public engagement before, we had a staff before. I want to, I remember us when we used to do our presentations for events, video, because our residents didn't need to, it sold well to our residents that are watching that this is coming up and there are voiceovers and everything else. I understand that we got a presentation today that was reading off. I get that, but I need, for me at least, I need to have a better assessment, because I didn't know that was the initial cost, because I was never told that's what you initially did, of the actual cost breakdown for what that 12,000, whatever that amount is per month entails. Mm-hmm. How much the city does currently buy the staff it currently has, because I know I think there's one person in there that does that goes out there, takes pictures and does everything else.
That's basically it.
I know, but at the end of the day, like, I want to know that the 12 grand is not just Instagram posts and stuff on Facebook. I need to know more details on how that cost breakdown is, because when someone is asking me like, yo, why are we spending 12 grand on this? Mm-hmm. And who's it going to? How is it being disseminated? I want to be more edified, and I think that's a better assessment.
Yeah. So again, it's all things with the communications department, right? So that goes into crisis communications that we've had several, from Crestview Apartment and media inquiries on that, all the way to the police shooting that we've recently have, and other items that we've been in communication about. Various media relations that we get throughout the month, questions, getting media to come to events that are not crisis or police related. So we've gotten a big push in positive stories. Recently, the most recent one is the Small Business Expo that we've been able to kind of come out. I think we were able to bring out to like 2 or 3 different events. So all of that, including the weekly newsletter that goes out from all the departments. We also do all the social media posts and the various creation for the content and everything that goes into that. So it's really doing the day-to-day operations of that entire department. Unfortunately, we don't have anybody who does content writing, editing, outside of taking pictures. There's not much in there for the department to do.
But let me, because for me, okay, this doesn't go out. Did this go out to bid at all?
We did an RFQ last year, and this is one of the companies that's inside the pool.
So in that pool, because I'm trying to understand this, in that pool, how many people are in this pool?
6.
So out of the 6, have we only utilized this one company out of that 6?
We've used another company for a recruiting video that we're working with our police department to be able to do. But we haven't moved forward with a full strategic plan of what we're going, because we're constantly trying to look and hire someone to bring in. And so there's certain aspects that we haven't dove deeper into. So we've only used these 2 companies within that pool.
Well, for me, like, I think we should have done an RFP, because the cost is always going to be an issue. I think, like I said, 12 grand per month. For the fact that I don't have anything broken down of what that entails, it's kind of like, I understand you might know because you made that decision because it's within your threshold. But you're asking us, or at least me in my seat, to make a call on something where, I've had residents come up here saying X, Y, and Z, and I'm like, how can I justify that cost if I don't know what that because even the presentation that was pulled, even the presentation that was pulled or whatever wasn't line item, wasn't broken down. Even when you did the math, like it said 56 posts. If you did the math, you're talking about $5,000 per Facebook post. I'm just saying that's like a anecdotal type of approach. I'm like, that's a lot of money. And for me, I remember when we used to have it in-house. I think it was better suited to be in-house, to keep it that way. There was more accountability from public records in that sense. And for me, I just need to have that additional information. Like to bring it up now, I think it's unfair at least to me, to make a decision on it. I understand that it's from today to next month might be an issue, but at the end of the day, like your threshold, is it specific to the company or specific to the pool?
Specific to the company.
So you can choose anybody else in that pool to decide I want to choose their services in the interim, right?
We would be at a standstill until they come on board and are able to onboard.
But to do to onboard to do what specifically?
All the day-to-day stuff that we do.
But what would be that day-to-day stuff?
From graphic designs on the events for like the recycling campaign that we did, all of the video, the event, the social media posts, all of that, they are here on a day-to-day basis talking with staff and moving the message of the city forward. We haven't gone with the full strategic plan because we need a more permanent solution. But to just stop now, bring in another company for a month, you're not going to see any kind of production out of that department.
That to me is...
No one's going to come for a month either.
No, I understand that, but they're in the pool. They're in the pool for a reason. Why? That to me, like I said, it's $12,000 per month, and we've been doing this for the last 4 months. I would assume because it's like your threshold is below 50, is nothing.
It's 50.
50. So $12,000 per month without anything itemized to me is like.
But then we're also saving on payroll, taxes, insurance.
But it's still like 12,000.
Well, here, playing devil's advocate for the moment. If you looked at it from the perspective of there was going to be some expenditure, so let's just say, and I don't know this to be the fact or not, but let's say the 12,000 was a little excessive.
I think, look, when they told me that's what, I didn't believe it at first. And then somebody told me like, yeah, it's 12,500. And when I looked up, and even when I looked up the company, it's just one person. I'm just looking it up. I'm just being honest. One person in the company. So we're paying one person $12,500.
It's not one person.
No. What I'm saying is,
there's a videographer also.
That they're out. I don't know if that's is that part of? Okay.
Yeah,
so that being said, outside of us videotaping events in that sense or what have you, I'm just trying to grasp: is that worth $12,500? If you tell me that, because I don't know what your strategic vision is going to be like or what your plan is next month. I would hope that we put an RFP out to really get additional, because I think there would be a lot of people that would apply for this, but because certain people said they didn't even know this was out. And I didn't know this was out until just this week when I got certain emails and people calling me saying what this is. And I just want to be, for me, it's just for me. I just think that the 12.5 is too excessive for what I've.
So the vendor is here right now. Would you like the vendor to explain what he's doing for the 12.5?
I would like to have something documented.
I mean, before the vendor comes up, I want to say something too. And we've spoken to nauseam about the different prongs of communication as it relates to what the commission needs, what the department needs, and what the community needs. Now, we do know Patrick is here and he's been working. I can tell you with the Small Business Expo, the economic development team, we sat for 7 weeks. And the communication plan that was implemented for that, I can say I personally created that plan with my own, expertise. So when we talk about day-to-day, I understand that we need a crisis management, we need these things. And I also think that the current vendor is doing what he can to bring the city to a collective point. And like I told him and the manager, we do need a strategic vision of communication before we can move forward in how we spend the funds. So for me, when the communication plan is not clear and we're allotting these dollars, we do need a little bit more clarity on how things are spent and how effective our communication is. So I do agree that the commission needs help communicating with what's going on in the city. The departments need help as well. The community needs help, but we need a clearer vision before we can spend these funds. And like I said, Mr. Ross, I love what you're doing. I see the work. I think it's great. It's forward thinking. It's progressive. I love it. And I also think that the 12K is a little bit much because we're not really sure what happens. And so I don't put the onus on the vendor. I put the onus on the manager. That's the onus is not on the vendor to explain what he does. The onus is on the management to really keep us in the level of comfort of understanding what's going on. So to put the vendor on the spot, I don't think is the right thing to do. I think the manager has to give us comfort that this is the approach that's being taken so we can feel comfortable in saying, well, you know what, Mr. Manager, we trust your vision and we'll go with it.
Right, well, if this is within the manager's,
It's not, that's why he's asking.
Well,
is it within your realm, or is this, you need the approval to continue?
I haven't.
We're only talking about the 12.5 right now.
Hold on. Let me clarify. I have not exceeded that threshold. No, sir. I have. Hold on. I've reached the threshold. So for the month of May and for the month of June, we would need the commission to vote to authorize to continue the services until we can bring that item back to fully flesh out everything that you all you're requesting on the vision plan and all that.
Go ahead.
Okay, so just so we can be clear, your threshold is 50. He's been here 4 months, and that 4 months does not include the month of May, is what you're saying. So that 4 months concluded in April.
Yes, sir.
But he has been performing services in the month of May.
Yes, sir.
So at this point, there are services that have been performed that have not been paid for.
Correct.
So you need that 12.5, right, to pay for the month of May, which he's already pretty much done the work for. So, with all due respect to all of our concerns, right, one thing we don't want, first of all, is for this month of May to be held up because, we don't want an issue with services that were performed, whatever the nuances are, because perhaps that conversation, Mr. Ross, should have been had in the month of April, right? So that you wouldn't have to worry about getting back pay for work that you've already performed. But now we're in this position where we need to approve May, right? That's number one. In addition to May, what you're saying is the item was deferred, and you'd like to at least have something for June since we're about a week and a half away from that, so that he can continue.
And we're not going to have the next meeting?
The deferred item was a different item than the services that are being provided now.
I'm sorry, repeat that?
The deferred item.
Correct.
Was for 2 other proposals for a different.
Right. So since that's being deferred, the manager doesn't want us to be left without anything for the month of June.
Right.
Because that package included whatever we're doing now and was beefed up. So May to me is non-negotiable. June, I'm willing to have that conversation. I think, in all honesty, Mr. Manager, there's a conversation that we can have separately regarding the month of May and June, because
just to give you some context with regards to May, we had extended an offer to someone to take over the communications manager, and they had accepted. And then at the end of April, essentially, they withdrew their acceptance of the offer letter because their current employer gave a counter, which they decided to stay with.
So are you saying that that particular job description involved the work that Mr. Ross was doing? Okay.
Yes.
But here's from my seat, I made comments on what I saw that I liked, things that were happening, but in all honesty, I think with respect to the vendor, I don't think that it's appropriate to put him or this commission in a position to have to come back on this item in 30 days, right? And and I'm not talking about the 12.5, I'm talking about the contract that was proposed. I think that with all the questions that this commission is asking, what we're saying is not, hey, substantiate this contract. I believe what's being said is we need to see the plan in its entirety for communications, for PR, and where we're going as a city. And then how this contract incorporates into that plan becomes so much easier to understand. Right? And so that's 70% you and 30% the vendor. You know what I mean? And so I don't know that that's resolved in 30 days, Mr. Manager, because I think you have to get us in a room and we have to have that discussion.
Wait,
so I'm willing to, just if you indulge me, I am vice mayor. Jokingly, but I am vice mayor. But I say my seat, get us to June, but I don't see this item coming back in June, but I'm willing to support your office with having someone for the month of June and taking care of May as well. Thank you.
Well, since it's my discussion, okay, look, for me, like I pointed out, I don't know what this entails. I don't know how it's broken down. No, but this is the manager's call. This is the manager's call. It shouldn't be what Mr. Ross points out now on the cuff. No. There has to be some type of documentation to say this is what he's done up to this point.
Yes, sir.
And there's supposed to be some accountability. Not this. This is wrong.
No,
but let me finish, Mr. Manager. Let me be very clear. There were many people that called us. I would assume, at least I got calls saying, "How do you justify $12,000 a month for this particular company?" I'm like, I don't know. I never got anything, and that puts me in a weird bind. That makes me feel like I'm not being accountable to the residents, and I'm not doing my job. So I have to have some type of justification for, no matter if he knows people up here or not, or what his past entails. I need to have justification for that. Now, Commissioner, Vice Mayor could say, well, I'm trying to give you some leeway. No. That's his decision. He can make that decision for himself. But for me, I need to have some type of justification of what he's done to earn up to $50,000 for 4 months. I need to understand that, because that's the only way this makes any sense. And to also think that we're going to spend an extra $400,000 with a 2-3 page proposal. No, I know we deferred it, but that's what was presented to us.
We can't undo what was
but okay, so for moving forward, I would not, that cost has to be reduced, because right now it doesn't make any sense, because you're not justifying anything to us right now. You're just saying, hey, let me continue what I've been doing. And for me, it doesn't make any sense, because I don't know what that is. None of us do. We just think that, well, we see something happening. It must be something going on.
Can I speak? Okay, so here's the thing. What we're voting on right now is 2 months. Right. We had this month, one of our police cars were shot. We had this month whether or not it was an anti-hate crime against the Jews. We had this month, so I could go on and on and on over the crisis that we had, and that some of our events that we had were big and were fully taken care of by a media, by somebody that does it professionally. So this month that he's getting paid, if you weren't there, if you didn't make a video of a store, then you didn't know that he was doing that too. Yeah, but this month is taken care of. That's what we're voting on, is these 2 months. Next month, we don't meet until the 27th. Next month, there could be one crisis, there could be 17 crises, there could be no crisis next month. But for us to be vulnerable with nobody here, with the manager out of the country, and we don't have a professional to handle it and handle the media, then I think we're spending a lot of time. If you feel, and you don't know because you don't have the exact data, but if any of us feel that it's only worth $9,000 and not $12,500 or $8,000, for us to be sitting here and spending this kind of time when we already saw a month that required real crisis professionalism. And so I just think what we're voting on is May and June, and we can take it from there. I didn't have an opportunity, as I said, unfortunately, and I thank you again, all of you, for your patience, to sit with the manager. And that's how I know my husband's feeling better, because he said, can't you just come for half an hour? Well, in this traffic, a half an hour is 3 hours to get there and get back. But the bottom line to it is that it's too much, too soon, it's a lot. So when it comes to after June, what your next position is with this company or any company is to start the way we should start and not up here. Why? Again, we have to fix the potholes. We have to fix the potholes. So I think that really what we need to do is just put a motion on the table, did somebody second it, and take a vote for this month and next month, and then we can next month go from there.
We owe the 1 month anyway.
Well, no, I understand that, but I would say you give half that amount for the following month, because from what I've seen, this has been dealing with digital media. It's not dealing with reaching out to other minority communities. It's not dealing with that at all. And people just don't look on Facebook for information. And that's something that I think should have gone to an RFP, a true RFP, to really get more people involved, because I do think there's enough PR companies that would have submitted bids through an RFP, at least from a cost perspective. Pay them for what's happened now. I get that, because this is what our manager's done thus far. Right. But the following month, there has to be some type of reduction, because how do I justify that cost without having any type of information? How do any one of you guys do that?
Well, may I add something to Commissioner?
Well, the only thing that I could just say about that is that the manager had determined that, in his professional opinion, that the services he was receiving for 12.5 had the value. That's right, Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
Right.
I understand that, but there's also a certain amount of leeway that the manager does have. And I'm just talking short term right now anyway. We're talking about June. We're just talking about June right now. That's it.
Well, we don't know if there's going to be less services. I mean, the manager's going to be gone. The city could be in ruins because he's gone away from us. He knows I'm kidding. But we don't know. We don't know if there's going to be. I'm trying to guilt him into not leaving. But we don't know if we need more. Maybe we don't need him at all. But we can't say we're going to give you half when we don't really know if we'll need him not at all or need him 3 times as much.
Mr. Mayor,
My question is that too. Why do we have an executive staff? We have you have 3 prominent staffers in your office, right? And like I said, from the experience, we've had candid conversations. So I'm not here to undermine your work at all. But what I will say is, when I spend a lot of time in my office, a lot of the work when I'm calling for communication stuff, sometimes I eventually say, hey, what's going on here? There are a lot of gaps in what we're doing. And there are also a lot of gaps in the execution of communication tasks within the events that are going on within the city. So with that being said, Mr. Manager, the onus is on you. The onus is on you. May has already been spoken of. We're talking about June. So not sure if we're ready to make that decision on June, but I do think that May is already covered. But it's the police department has a PIO. The police department has a PIO. Now, here's what I will say. We don't know the full picture because we don't know all of the elements of what you see, right? Likewise, you don't know all the elements of what we see. So I think the full picture requires for us to really have a fair assessment of June. Fairly, like I said, the community aspect, the internal aspects of the departments, and also what the commission requires and needs. Because a lot of those needs have not been met fairly, and we've had discussion on those things, there has to be some kind of revision made. And that's my take.
Okay.
I just want to understand what Commissioner Jean is saying. So you're saying the deferred item, because the manager keeps referencing June. Are we as a commission saying what I've been reiterating, that don't come back with any contract until we figure this whole PR and communications thing. Is that what? No, I know.
Right now.
No, I know. That's one part of the conversation.
The first issue is, what are we doing for June?
Okay. Now, Commissioner Joseph did you make a recommendation?
Reduce that because we do have a PIO for the police department. We don't need to supplement that with his services. But for me, like I said, there's no justification documented, at least to us, that tells us what that entails besides of what I guess what work has been completed. And I still don't know what that is specifically.
But you made a recommendation. Was the recommendation for a certain amount? Is that what I heard?
I would do a reduced amount, me being honest, because I have to justify to my residents and the people that you guys all serve, just like myself, that we're being accountable and we're being informed as opposed to having residents come up here saying, why are we paying one guy this amount of money and he wanted to triple that.
What's your recommendation?
To reduce the amount. I want to reduce the amount to something less than $12,500.
Okay.
I have a
Per
question.
month? Mr. Smith.
Mr. Manager, what did we do 5 months ago, 6 months ago? What did we do? You were here.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
We had the communication manager, David Janalt, who was here and then separated from the city.
And how much was that?
Salary for the year was $125 and then add the benefits.
So the man that was here for communication that we had
He was making 12
make
grand a month.
more than he made.
Yes.
No,
Plus
but when you
benefits.
put workers' comp and benefits and.
And,
Do the math real quick.
but he wasn't doing videos. He wasn't doing like.
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was.
He never did a video with me then.
Well, I mean, I mean,
No, but even if you added 100, make it another 25 grand on top of that, it's 150, right? Do the math.
right.
It's not $12,500 a month.
It
is, exactly. Well, 125,000 is 10 months, and 25,000 is 2 more months. Of course,
It's exactly.
It's in that range.
So
It's about.
So you're telling me that technically we're paying him 100. Okay, so you 12,500.
He didn't have the equipment. Did you see the equipment that he had? You weren't at the
150
ribbon cutting, so you didn't see us waving at the 2 drones. You didn't see us interviewing
Right.
the
We did.
children.
We did have at Mishcon Park. There was
Unbelievable.
videographer, drone photography. There was things there that we didn't have before. In all fairness, and that's why.
And I'm not trying to justify him. I'm just trying to say, what's 6,500? If you don't see the difference between what we had for the same amount of money, if not more, because it's beyond just getting that. There's also pension money, taxes, everything else. But besides that, we had, and I didn't get to view it yet, but each one of us interviewed the children. All of it was done with professionals for hours. It wasn't just him. It was for hours. So when you say that we don't have it in writing, you're correct. But if you see it,
But our residents never saw that. No, let's be clear. You had residents coming up here saying, why would we, like I said, they didn't know this was going on. They didn't know any of this was going on.
no, but they didn't also see the difference is that 12,500, the residents were talking about a $400,000 contract. We just said at 12,500, it only comes to under 150,000.
And if you're questioning what you're getting for 12.5, ask them. I mean,
I'd be happy to address.
I want to know.
You know?
I want to know.
Mr. Mayor, this is, I think, this is getting, I think this is going over what we intended the conversation to be.
Yeah. Listen, I'm being respectful by not just telling him to talk.
Right.
I'm making him stop.
But
you know what I'm saying? So I'm
Commissioner
being respectful
Joseph,
of you guys.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Commissioner Joseph has valid points, right? Everyone here has valid points. The reality is, though, that we give the manager a $50,000 discretion. So whether it's with Mr. Ross's company or whoever else is getting a $50,000 or less contract, that's what the situation is, right? So we can go and pull a list of who is getting contracts that are $50,000 or less in his threshold, because if that's the case, then every resident needs to see that full list, right? To find out, well, what is this person doing, or what's that person doing, or what this person is doing. So I think while I respect that point, I think that's the discretion that we've given him, right? Unless we want to change that.
I'm not saying to change.
Right, but okay, so that's where we're at now, right?
I'm not saying to change that.
Right.
For me, this particular.
So I guess what I'm saying is, can you give the number that maybe I can support? I don't know what that number is that you're requesting.
Listen, I mean, my suggestion.
Did he said half? He said 6,500?
Yeah, I said half.
Oh, you did? Okay, I didn't hear.
I would be.
No.
For me,
We were paying David Janot the same. I don't know what videos he ever did. He was there from 10 in the morning till 1 p.m. at the
Mishkan Park.
Mishkan Park.
Right.
Not just him, he had his employees there.
Right. He's been doing he did really nice videos of, how many of us? 5 of us did the
He did small business week videos. There was a lot of things. Listen,
if I can provide a little context.
Okay. Well, just for respect for my colleagues here, if they're having a problem, I don't want to be the only one.
I mean, I want to hear him.
Well, then ask him.
Well, look.
Well, okay, hang on. Guys, let me try to just kind of, maybe we could sum this up right now. We clearly know that during the month of June, we have some work to do to decide what we're going to do for July. Okay, we know, right?
It may be.
So if we're clear, whatever, it may not be him in July. I mean, we maybe know, but we don't know what we're doing for July right now. That's up in the air. But I would suggest, for purposes of continuity, until we figure things out, we're clearly paying him for May. My suggestion would be pay him for June, because the manager's already determined. Now, we may determine that the value that the manager saw is not there, but we don't know that right now. And I don't want to put us in any kind of situation where we have some sort of deficit trying to save a few $1,000s. I know a few thousand's a few thousand.
A few thousand is a lot to
I agree. Every few thousand adds up. I totally agree. But on the other hand, with the manager being out of the country, I think that it's sort of being a little penny foolish for that 1 month only. I'm not saying go beyond that, but I'm just saying for that month, whatever that small difference would be, then I just think that it would be smart to let it go for May and June, and we make sure, though, that we're very, very clear that we get the information that we need so that we can decide going forward. And if we're not ready for July, we'll have to make that decision.
But what happens when July comes, and let's say the information that we get, because Commissioner Smuckler pointed out a couple of events that happened not too long ago at Mishkan Park and small business. I want to know what happened 2-3 months ago. What that 12K equated to.
Right. We're not going back.
But I'm just saying, because at the end of the day, that tells me a lot. Because what if he was ramping up, knowing that this contract was
he did the Heart Health Walk. He did the video for
that's going to be your fact-finding mission for the next month.
But I'd like to have that. The manager can come up with this information tomorrow and say, hey, what did the 12K5? What did that equate up to this point? What those line items were. That he could do tomorrow. I respect what you're saying, and you can make the motion to move forward on that, but I ain't going to support it. Let me be very clear, because what happened was wrong. That's me. Just like how Commissioner Smith has her dispositions and how she feels about certain things. I get that, and I respect that. We vote.
But there comes a time when we vote and you just vote no. There comes a time when we vote and you just vote no. I'm very methodical. Just like how you're very respectful of this dais. I understand, but I was on here a long time, and I'm the most talkative person you can meet. So I understand, but there comes a time. I remember. George Vallejo used to tell me all the time, you said it once, you don't need to say it twice, we heard it.
Okay.
So I'm just saying to you now, what you're saying, to go back again, just now you said it again, this isn't going back. We're voting now on May and June. That's what we're voting on.
Right, and that doesn't guarantee anything for a day past the last day of June. And we'll have that time period to get what we need by that time to make it happen.
Okay, and I hope he can get the pool to submit other comparables as well, as opposed to just him being in that. Because if you tell me there's 5 other groups in there, I'm pretty sure we can get a you can get them to submit proposals as well.
You can give that direction to the manager. All you got to do is call him.
I don't know if I can because like at the end of the day, like
The previous manager was paying like $8,000 a month for one station, and nobody said anything.
I'm not saying that. At least I didn't have any of this information before, though.
Well,
And, like,
okay.
that's what I'm
Right.
saying. I didn't have any of that.
Let's play this the safe way. Go with, if you guys have enough faith to go with my suggestion, we're not putting that much out there.
I've heard residents, I've heard our fellow commissioners. I really want for us to have someone here, based on what the manager's saying, because he is our manager at the end of the day. But I have heard the concerns.
Me too.
And let's move it at 8, right? And he can give us a
If I may.
yes.
I'm happy to go through what we've done in the time that we've been here. I'm happy to go through how it substantially exceeds the commitments that we made in our contract, both in terms of providing services that were not part of our contract, but that the city has needed, as well as providing services in excess of the measurables that we were supposed to hit in our contract. I also want to provide you with a little historical context that's North Miami Beach specific. It goes back to, I believe, when Ana Garcia was manager, when George Vallejo was mayor. The city did an RFP strictly for crisis communications, to have somebody available in the event of a crisis and nothing more. That RFP was won by a firm primarily based in Tallahassee called Saks Media. They're a fantastic public relations firm. They have a presence down here in Fort Lauderdale. You were paying them $7,000 a month just to be available to you for crisis, nothing more. That was, I'm going to guess, at least 6 to 8 years ago, that procurement was done. Needless to say, costs have gone up substantially for everything since then. We're providing substantially more service. I can also tell you that in the 5 months we've been working here, we've dealt with 4 situations that I'd categorize as crisis communication situations. Those situations under normal circumstances would be very costly to deal with. We don't put any kind of a cap on the amount of work we do on those situations, some of which are still to some extent ongoing. So I understand the desire for some to reduce a number. We would not be able to perform the same services we've been performing at a reduced number.
Well, that's what I was getting to. That's what I was getting to, is that the manager's not going to be here for 30 days, right? To have you on the team ready if and when needed, that would be what that number is for. So you guys would determine whatever that service would be at that number, and then we would rehash this again. So to me, that's responding to some of the concerns and also not requiring you to do the same amount of work that you've been doing, but to make sure that you're on the team in case there's something that needs to be done. I mean, you guys came up with what the services look like before, right? And so I'm assuming that you guys are able to have a meeting and say, here's what you can do for that number for the next 30 days. Are you saying that's not okay, or?
It would be a challenge because we would be taking a substantial step back in some of the things that we've been making progress on. And we have some situations that have the potential to become very time intensive for us to be able to deal with. And I won't discuss them in this setting. I don't think it's appropriate or beneficial to the city, but I think it would put the city at a disadvantage for a 1-month period in terms of what we could do in the proactive in particular, and then there would still be some issues on the reactive side as well. To give you some context, under this contract, we were supposed to be producing 2 videos each month. I think we've produced somewhere conservatively between 10 and 15. At this point, probably it may be more than that. Graphic design, for example, was not included in the services because the city had somebody in-house doing graphic design. We've also been supplementing to provide graphic design services. We've attracted media off the top of my head to at least 3 different events that I can think of during the time here, and received positive coverage for it, both on TV and in print. And that's in addition to dealing with those crisis situations I referenced. So if the commission decides that they want us here at a reduced cost for 1 more month, I certainly wouldn't tell you we can't make something work. I think that it would be pardon my choice of words, but short-sighted to scale back on the progress we're making. I said to you earlier, I appreciated, in a message I sent to you, I said I appreciated your kind words about our work, and I think that what you referenced with the city's social media, we've taken it to a 1 or a 2. I don't think it's great yet. I think it's moving in the right direction and has the potential to get there. But there are a lot of things we're working on that if we hit the brakes on for a month, it sets us back more than just a month. And whether or not you decide to move forward with a larger scale contract with us, whether you decide to move forward with a contract with another firm, I think it would be a mistake to take a step back in the interim.
I want to say something real quick. For example, I'm looking at the Instagram of the city. We don't even have a post about a commission meeting happening. We don't have a story about it. Maybe it's on Facebook.
It is.
But maybe it's on Facebook. But what I'm saying is we want to have that. That's the continuity that you're speaking of, right? Because someone should have posted that we have a commission meeting tonight. I agree with you. I think to decrease the cost and us not knowing what you've been doing is unfair. So, at the end of the day, we're going to piggyback on what the manager is proposing and saying, okay, well, if he's proposing X, then we'll go with what he, in his professional opinion. However, there are gaps. So if we're not seeing that the commission meeting is posted, those are simple gaps. If you're getting paid to post and communicate with the public, I should go on here and say, oh, commission meeting. I create my own flyers for commission meetings because oftentimes I don't see one for me to post in time. So these are the smaller things that we also have to look at. So I don't know how amendable you are. Obviously, you're here. You're doing a great job. We're having this healthy conversation. You can add to the longevity of your contract by being a team player as you've been and saying, hey, I get it. Here's what I can proffer. And we can move in a positive direction and just be able to just continue to make great strides. That's my take on what you've shared.
Okay, Commissioner Smith.
I just want to say one thing. What I saw this past month, I can't imagine that he could do it for $12,500 because when you go to the library, he's there with his staff and he's there the whole event. When you go to any one of our events, he's there. But at the crisis that we had, again, when you weren't there, you didn't get to see. But at the crisis, he had every single one of the television stations and even the radio and the Haitian and the Spanish, they were all there and they were all asking questions. And it doesn't just happen. So I'm not defending him. I'm defending what we're here to vote on now. Did he earn the money this month? Oh,
But
yes.
that's not a question. That's not the only question is what are we doing for June? That's the only question.
June, what he earned, I feel, that's what I was going to get to, why I feel he couldn't possibly do it for $12,500 is because he didn't know. He didn't know that people were going to shoot at a cop car. He didn't know that there'd be a shooting of 2 North Miami Beach residents. He didn't know. And it just was on overload. The only thing that I can say to you 100% is to spend all this time when you're going to give him some money anyway, let's vote on it. My biggest question, Mr. Manager, is what we're going to do in July, because I don't see how this could come to something else in July. We'll be back in the same conversation June 27th. Back in the same conversation of what are we doing?
Yeah.
So right now, I'd like to make the motion. I would like to ask for the vote.
Okay, well, you can make the motion.
I ask for the vote.
Okay.
I second.
So your motion is to retain, definitely pay for May, retain him through June.
Right.
And that's it. And then after that point, then we'll have.
Well, they're going to bring it back. That was
Right.
the motion before. I don't know.
Okay, do you have a second?
Oh, second.
Okay, all right. So I guess all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Opposed? What do you got, guys?
I mean, I made a proffer of reducing it, so I'm going to stick to that number.
So you're a no?
Yeah, I'm a no.
Okay. Commissioner John? It's up to me. It's up to you.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so motion passes. And so, but let's just use this moment right now for while we're all together and we can speak freely and what have you.
I would love to direct the manager. I would love to direct the manager, if through the commission, to come back with an RFP or some type of other options than paying all this money to one person in this company. That's that needs to come back, because it doesn't make any sense that we're paying $12,500 or even in by God's name $30,000 a month for what was proffered in that 3-page request that was attached to this agenda. That, to me, that's why I can understand where you had a different range of people in this community that had the same assessment that that was wrong. That was really wrong.
No problem.
Thank you.
I want to add something to that. So one of the conversations that I've had with the manager and Mr. Ross is about diversity within the communications. And, one of the things I asked even about the Small Business Expo was, how can we promote this to a diverse community? And your response to me was, well, if you have a contact, you can share it with me, right? So what that tells me is those gaps are evident. And they're scary. And that further allows us to know why a lot of the events are not successful. Because I can be fair in saying, hey, he's been doing the work, let's continue, let's respect your professionalism, and let's just go forward so we can have stability within the city. But if we're going to be fair and real, there are gaps. Patrick has been here for a while. He's been doing work. It's not ideal for some people's eyes, but there's a lot of things that he's running around doing.
Okay, so
hold on, let me finish.
Okay, go ahead, no problem.
But because this is an open conversation that we need to have. And unfortunately, sometimes it's a tough conversation, but it's a fair conversation. When I'm sitting here in my office, when I come here for office hours, he's the one that I see running around. Okay? So I'm saying this to say, let's be fair, but also let's also understand that this community is diverse. And right now, the communication division does not make that honest effort to reach the demographics of this community.
What I would like to do, and I'm sorry to interrupt, I'm interrupting. I think that while we have the vendor here, we have the manager here, I think each of us should make our ask of what our expectation
Right now, Mr.
is going to. Just hang on. What our expectation is that we want to see. So, for example, my ask and my expectation would be to have a more detailed list of services that are being provided for the amount of money that's being asked for, so that it's very clear exactly what is included, what's not included. That would be my ask. If anybody else has another ask, I just want to make sure that we're giving them an opportunity, and we're giving the manager a fair opportunity to bring us what we need as quick as possible.
Right, but
we have to tell them.
in all honesty, to the vendor, and we're on a first name basis. I've seen some of the work. I made my proffer. I stuck to my number, but I'm going to put on the record that this was very awkward, Mr. Manager. I think, and this is like something similar to what happened in our CRA meeting, where there was an item on the agenda and that item wasn't fully vetted, right? And so it gets to the CRA meeting and we're having certain discussions that you would have thought that the director would have vetted already, right? And the item almost seemed like it was in limbo. And so I'm seeing that happen here, and it's very awkward, and it's not, to me, it's just not okay. I don't know how else to put it, because
Understood.
There's a lot of conversation that I want to have with you right now relating to this subject matter, and we can see it and hear it from our other commissioners and my colleagues and residents and things of that sort, that I think would actually make the entire team look better, because this is Tuesday night football. That's what this is. This is Tuesday night football. We're like the only game in town, right?
Don't give the NFL more ideas.
Okay, well, we're like the only game in town. Once we get here, all eyes are on us. And so, when we don't look streamlined, or when we don't look as efficient as we need to on certain items, it really becomes very awkward, right?
Understood.
Where we have an hour and a half talking about a few $1,000s, and residents that may think something that's not the case, right? If you hear them talking, you know, they said they thought it would have been a 4-3 vote or whatever if it wasn't pulled. Why would they feel that way? There's a particular reason why that's the conversation. And so while this may seem like a plug-and-play item, right, because we've had that conversation, there's so much more nuances to it and so much more needs and desires. So, Mr. Ross, I appreciate what you've done thus far. You know, we're going to take care of you until what the commission as an entirety has made, but I would hope that we can flush everything out before it comes back.
And
thank you.
It's very interesting.
And during this process, I'm sorry to interrupt, just to part of that context that I was trying to give when discussing about April, we've continued to search for in-house manager, but one or two people in the department with the expectation of what is being requested, we're not going to get. We need to have a robust system. Cities this size or cities where people are trying to compare or saying that's the kind of outreach that we want. You're talking of departments that are anywhere between 7 to 10 people. And we're talking about in-house cost of closer to that $1 million range, where the entire budget is 500. And so we are looking forward. We continue to be interviewing individuals to see if we can bring someone in-house that's going to meet the requirement and be able to kind of keep up. And so that doesn't stop. None of these, whether it was deferred or current, stops that process at all. At best, what this contract does is help fill the gap so that we can be operating as if we have 7 to 10 people. But we will.
You don't have a plan. There's no structure. Respectfully, that's not a fair
there is a
statement.
plan. We don't have enough to execute anything on the plan.
I have a question, Mr. Manager. First place, and my colleague saying that it's a 4-3 vote. It must have been a no, because I was a
Okay.
no.
All right.
So, but my question to you on that contract, yes, it is. My question to you is, when you gave us a comparison, you said it cost us $300,000 now. We're going to eliminate that, and this is $400,000. But the truth is, do you take the elimination by letting employees go, or do you move the employees to a different area? In that case, the comparison doesn't work because there is no diminishing of the cost. It's just,
All right, well, listen, so I don't want to interrupt. I just want to kind of put a little context out here that we still have a manager's report. We still have an attorney's report. The attorney's telling me he's got some important items. We have less than a half hour left. We have 27 minutes left. And I think that we've covered what we needed now.
just tell us what we're going to do for July. Can the manager just give us some kind of contents before he goes, or what we're going to do in July? Thank you.
We are bringing back with the various options to the commission. That will have not only flushing out and providing you all with what the overall plan would look like that we've been working on for months, but also other options with regards to the pool on what's available and what's not.
And if there's anything that you have any specific requests, call the manager and ask him so that you make sure that you get what you need.
Re-advertise it. Make sure that people know that it's there, that they can still apply to be a part of the pool. But I also know that the city attorney has to move forward. I'm expecting a report for what Mr. Ross has done in the last 4 months as soon as you can, Mr. Mayor, because I would love to know what the 12K5 was for.
I thought it went out for an RFP anyway.
Okay, all right. So we're good with that item for the moment. City manager's report, is there anything you've got on city manager's report? No? Okay. And then I guess next we're going to be city attorney's report.
I got 2 items. One of them is very brief, but the other one is important. We have an employee. The employee, I don't want to say too much because I don't want to get into privacy issues, but we have an employee that is being dragged into a very controversial matter, and our employee is being asked to provide statements, being asked to appear at depositions, and the employee came to meet with me and the manager and has some distress about the situation. And I believe that the city attorney's office has, I mean, my job is to be there to have the best interests of the city at heart. And to me, I feel it's a conflict for me to also be trying to represent this individual. And frankly, I think we have a legal obligation to stand behind our employee. I also think, candidly, if I can use the word, that we have a moral obligation to do so too, and not leave an employee twisting in the wind. I would normally just frankly say that we need to provide some independent representation to the employee, but I'm told that that is not the precedent here.
We don't have an ordinance as of yet, which you should work on.
Well, we can talk about that, but, and I'm happy to look at it and move forward on it and talk to, I mean,
But
there's
it's
only,
pressing now, so.
the bottom line is, I'd like to be able to go out at hopefully a very low cost, but to arrange some independent legal representation for our employee that we need to stand behind, and that person is getting pushed and pulled, and they have their own interests, and the manager tells me that this employee's been, by and large, a good employee. Nobody's perfect. And so at the lowest possible cost that I can, but I'd like to provide her with the names of 2 or 3 outside counsel, let her, of my selection, but let her choose among those names, try to negotiate the lowest possible amount of services, but it's a little bit open-ended. And like I said, I would frankly just normally do it, but I'm told that's not your precedent.
Can we cap the amount?
Sure.
Okay, what would be a reasonable amount to cap?
I'm hoping it won't be more than 5, but I'd like authority up to 10 if it came to it. I'm hoping to keep it under 5.
Okay.
If,
Well,
if,
okay, so
wait a minute,
how
wait.
about, let me just finish my thought. So how about if we gave the authority for 5 now, and then when you report back to us in the next month for the next meeting, if there's, by then we'll know a little bit of how it's going, and then we can decide if we need to give more. That might give a better comfort factor. So
I have a question.
Get Commissioner.
So, City Attorney, why, and I don't know who it is or what it is, but if we needed counsel, we don't get to choose the counsel. We have you, or you'll assign us to whatever company is for the, so why would you pick 3 or 4 attorneys or 2 attorneys and let that person pick their counsel? Why wouldn't you find the counsel that would represent them in whatever field it is, and rather than let them choose who the counsel's going to be?
Well, I'm not going to give them unlimited choice to pick anybody they want.
No, but why
The
would
2
you
or
pick
3
the
would
A?
be selected by me, but in the interests,
It's good practice.
that's
It's good
the
practice.
answer.
You normally wouldn't, given the fact of the conflict that he's trying to avoid, he's trying to give an opportunity of choice.
If things don't go the way that particular employee might want it to go, at least they can't say that they were
Exactly,
forced,
Mr. Mayor.
they had an attorney forced
Exactly.
on them.
Exactly.
At least
That's
they made their own decision.
Well, wait
It's
just a
partly
second.
for them, but it's as much at least to protect the city,
Exactly.
because my whole goal here.
Well, now you're getting involved. Is it our obligation, your moral, I understand the moral feeling, but is it
Also
our
legal.
obligation even to get involved? Are we
Yes.
laying the city out for open litigation if it doesn't go in the favor of that
No,
employee?
it's our obligation.
Because what he's saying is that we are at least proffering good faith. Now, when that doesn't happen, judges really don't like to see that, and juries don't. So that being said, I understand I understand. I don't know what the person.
Should there be an agreement that we make with this employee where the fact that we are supplying this to them, that we're not saying that we have any responsibility, that we're more doing it out of the right thing, not that we're saying, hey, we feel we have a liability here, so we're providing it, because that's really may not be the case.
That makes
The more
sense.
You know.
coercive we are, the worse it is for us.
Agreed. Agreed.
If I may, with my conversation that during our briefing, I think the less we talk about this particular item, the better. If we can just make the decision to.
Okay, so let's approve the 5,000.
Second.
Does someone to make a motion?
Second, you just did.
Okay, got it. Make a motion.
No, he can't
Second.
make a motion on it.
So move.
Oh,
Okay,
second.
Commissioner
Made the
Smith.
motion. Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously.
And very briefly, one other item that I've been collaborating on with the clerk. You've heard about the issue about elections, so let me just bring you up to speed. I had a lengthy discussion with the supervisor of elections herself. We've talked about it. And let me say, I want to be clear about two things. The supervisor did tell us that they need us to move our qualifying dates back because it conflicts with their ability in a presidential election to get out absentee ballots in a timely fashion. The supervisor also made clear, and I want the record absolutely clear on this, that it was the supervisor's office that suggested to our clerk that we adjust the dates of our runoff election. However, in my fairly lengthy conversation with the supervisor, she also made clear to me that that does not need to occur now. And I expressed to her, based on my own opinion and conversations, that making a change of that nature in the middle of an election cycle was not something that I was entirely comfortable with. And the supervisor made clear that she would like to see that change. But if the council decides to make that change at all, and it's your decision, not mine, that she's perfectly comfortable having that go into effect in 2025 so that it would not in any way impact our existing election cycle going on. Nobody wants to put their thumb on the scale. So she's to put something in writing to me. I'm waiting for that to be made clear. And based on that, I do plan at our next meeting to bring back to you something to change our qualifying dates now. We're still looking at it. I have to talk with the county attorney as to whether it was an actual charter change or should be done just as an ordinance that doesn't change the charter. But we're looking at changing the qualifying dates now, possibly in the same legislation at doing something about runoffs. But if you decide to do that at all, that would be for the future. It would not be occurring in this cycle. So that's just a report because I know it's been deferred a couple of times. I wanted to bring you up to speed on the progress of it, and also to make clear the supervisor explicitly said to me that both items were raised by the supervisor with our clerk. It was not our clerk's idea to do either of them.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that we've completed our agenda.
Motion to adjourn.
Well, can I just
Yeah,
say
we need the
can I just say one quick thing before it's going to be quick? When we had David Janot here and we were paying him that $120,000 plus, he also had like 3 or 4 people working under him, and I didn't see any videos. I saw some videos of him doing some stuff on Facebook, but I never saw any videos of us or anything. Not that I need to be in a video, but I never saw any videos of us.
Yeah.
So just saying.
No, all I ask is for options, that's all.
Right.
So we can be
All right. Did I hear a motion to adjourn? Do we have a second? All in favor? Okay. If not before, we'll see you on the 27th of June. Okay. Thank you.